other candidate running, and let's be frank, you have as many candidate choices as you have concerns. As you make your choice, please consider this. If you vote for certain candidates who already hold elected office, and if they're elected to the council, it will trigger another special election cycle at a great expense to the taxpayers, as much as $1 million, an expense that we cannot afford, especially during these hard economic times when the city is cutting services and laying people off. Our quality of life today is not the same as it was when we were growing up in the district. The Helms Bakery truck and the milkman drove on clean, safe streets. Our sidewalks weren't broken and unsafe. They weren't cluttered with shopping carts and discarded furniture. Graffiti was not plastered all over our local businesses or homes. You know, I stopped to talk to one of the graffiti buster workers the other day as he was painting over the side of a business. He told me they're in desperate need of just the basic supplies. As a council representative, I'll make sure that these vital services continue to have the resources needed to do their job. But more importantly, I will work with law enforcement to develop a strategy to keep these acts of vandalism and destruction of property from occurring. My name is Frank Sheftel, and I'm your quality of life candidate. I'll stand up and protect Proposition 13. I will support and enhance programs for our seniors and our students. I will support local community groups and organizations. And when elected, I will be a strong voice in the community, speaking for the district, not to the district. As the owner of the candy factory for over 20 years, I will support and protect the small business community, and I will work with the local chambers of commerce. I will strive to reduce the gross receipts tax and develop incentive programs to encourage business to open in the district. When you go to vote, think quality of life, and then vote for Frank Sheftel. Remember, who can fill the potholes? Who can trim the trees? Who can fix your sidewalk? And who can help the schools? The Candyman can. Vote for Frank Sheftel.
Hi, I'm Paul Krikorian, and I'm running to be your voice on the City Council. I think people have had it with business as usual. We're tired of a City Hall that doesn't listen to the San Fernando Valley. We're tired of a City Hall that can stop us from watering our lawn, but can't stop taggers from ruining every wall in town. We're tired of a City Hall that finds money to subsidize big developers, but can't seem to find the money to keep our fire stations open. I have over 20 years of experience in the business world, and I've been serving the public most of my life in the nonprofit arena, in local and state commissions, on the Burbank Board of Education, and in the Assembly. I'm proud of the reputation I've earned for listening to the people I represent and serving their needs effectively. My staff and I have personally visited 3,000 homes in the Valley to identify people's concerns, solve problems, and make sure government agencies respond to them. I have the independence and the experience we need to bring change to City Hall. I have a proven record of creating good jobs and getting people back to work. I've actually had to make the hard decisions about spending priorities in tough times. I've done the real-life work of improving public schools, protecting our environment, and making our streets safer. Time and again, I've fought the tough fights against overdevelopment. I'll insist that any new development respects neighborhood needs, preserves the character of our communities, and minimizes the impacts on our infrastructure. And I'll make sure our codes are enforced. It's time we stop the giveaways to big developers and connected corporations. City Hall shouldn't be the ATM of the insiders. There's a lot about City Hall that's broken, and right now, we're heading down the wrong path. But I believe that we, the people, can fix it if we work together. I grew up in the Valley when a middle-class family like mine could buy a nice house in a great neighborhood with safe streets and the best public schools in the country. We trusted our government, and we had confidence that our kids would have even more opportunities and an even better city than we had. We can have that kind of city again, but it will take leaders who listen to the people and who have the independence, the experience, and the ethics necessary to turn City Hall around. I'm ready to do the job with your support. My name is Paul Krikorian, and I'd be honored to earn your vote on September 22nd. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mary Benson, and with your vote, I can win in September. If there was ever a place and a time to elect a representative from the grassroots, this is the place and now is the time. I have been working for 10 years to improve the quality of life for people living in the 2nd Council District. I have worked to empower those who otherwise thought their voice would go unheard. And through my work, I know that I have the experience to get the job done. The 2nd Council District is my home, and I know what the needs are for the district. For years, the people of this district have been asking me what to tell the City Council what we need. It's time for action. The district is spread across the entire San Fernando Valley. This has caused a disconnect between the people living in the more rural north section and those living in the suburban southern section. I believe that with the help of a knowledgeable, local, and responsive staff, that both areas and every community within those areas can be served. The downtown politicians have spent and legislated our city into ruin. We need to look at the long term when designing a budget. The city needs to cut spending and encourage business, the backbone of our economy, to return to our city, because business has fled the city as regulations, ever-changing rules, and an incomprehensible tax structure has made it almost impossible to be profitable. We have to make business come to LA and be profitable again. And with the return of these businesses, we will see a return of great jobs. Our neighborhoods have seen both good and bad development projects. I believe that we can transform those bad developments into good developments with community input and a watchful eye in City Council. No development, however, should move forward without a careful assessment of the underlying infrastructure. We need to know that the road, power, sewer, and water systems that supply the project will be adequate when the development is finished. We also need to work with the LA Department of Water and Power. No longer can they operate without an independent consumer oversight. The people deserve an independent third-party advocate that would oversee their practices and the rates they charge. We need to preserve greenways and open space. A beautiful city is a healthy city where people want to live, work, and play. It's an asset to residences and businesses alike. On September 22nd, if you give me your vote, I promise we can move our council district and Los Angeles as a whole in the right direction. I am Mary Benson, and I have hope for the future. Let's get there together.
Hi, my name is Augusto Bisani. Thank you for the opportunity to present myself and discuss some of the important issues facing our city, the city of Los Angeles. I was born and educated in Rome, Italy during World War II. I immigrated in 1968 to the U.S. I've lived in Valley Village for 20 years, and I own a business in North Hollywood. Needless to say, I've seen many changes over the years. As you will know, many have lost their jobs and have difficulty in finding new ones. Radical changes are needed. Our local government, instead of supporting and easing financial tensions, always finds a way to legally take advantage. Is this what you want? The city simply doesn't get it. It's not working. Just look around you. Open your eyes and take a hot look at your city, your parks, your sidewalks, your business, your empty storefronts. Is this what you want? Our streets are filthy. Our community is broken. Our children have nowhere to play that is safe or clean. Our public schools are a disgrace to education. Is this what you want? We have a sense of compassion for anyone in need, but our children should not be forgotten. Leaving them without a neighborhood and without a childhood, to take the money is one thing, to steal a childhood is criminal. Our compassion should extend beyond the obvious. We should be caring about our mentally ill, our homeless and elders, but most importantly, caring about our children, which are the future of the city, who may also someday become mentally ill and homeless, only without having had a childhood first. We must be green, but what does it mean? Does it mean change your bulbs bulbs with energy-efficient ones so that the average family can save $50 a year, or change the power supply that can average a family saving of $600 a year. Now, that is something to think about. Bringing solar lights to dark corners of the city deters crime. Again, the city doesn't have to pay. Just give property owners tax credit. In the end, the city wins. We should retake control of our lives, our schools, and our children's future so that parents can parent. Programs designed with good intention have become inquisitions. All schools should have a crossing guard and a flashing light at crosswalks. Is this what you want? It is time to change. It is time for a new direction and a realistic vision of the future. I'm the one who can do this. I can do this with you and your support. The issues are too many to entertain in such a short time. If you want to change, you must vote on September 22nd and make me your choice and empower me to represent you so that I can do what is best for our community. In closing, I will respond with a quote from Corazon Aquino, former president of the Philippines. It is true. I have no experience in lying, cheating, and stealing. I offer you honesty and sincerity in leadership. I am Augusto Bisani. Thank you.
And that concludes our presentation of statements from those candidates for Council District 2 who accepted our invitation to appear. The special election will be held Tuesday, September 22nd. And if you need election information, contact the City Clerk's office by dialing 311, your one call to City Hall. Video statements of the candidates who appeared on this program can also be viewed on the City of Los Angeles' website at lacity.org. Just follow the links to LA City View Channel 35 or the City Clerk's Elections Division page. And on election night, September 22nd, you can see up-to-the-minute election returns exclusively on LA City View Channel 35, and that'll be starting at 8:30 p.m. We invite your comments on this election programming. By email, you can send your comments to ita.channel35@lacity.org. By phone, you can leave your comments on our 24-hour viewer comment hotline at 213-473-3978. And during business hours, you can also ask the 311 operator to connect you to our general office line. For those residents of the 2nd Council District, don't forget to vote in the upcoming special election on September 22nd. And thank you for watching our election programming. For all of us here at LA City View Channel 35, I'm Ken Curtis.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning. Today is Friday, September the 4th, 2009. Welcome to the Los Angeles City Hall and the Los Angeles City Council chambers. This is a meeting of the City of Los Angeles City Council. Council meets 3 times per week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And all meetings are open to the public. And for those who cannot make it to City Hall, meetings are televised via cable on Channel 35 or can be viewed by visiting our website at www.lacity.org or council phone at 213-621-CITY. We are not yet at full quorum, but we are going to proceed with our special presentation. And to get the morning started, I'd like to call on our council president, Eric Garcetti.
Thank you very much, and I'm here with Councilmember Richard Alarcon and Councilmember Reyes, if you want to come over and join us as well. And I know Mr. Huizar and Mr. Cardenas will be joining us shortly as well. In case you didn't recognize him, this is Councilmember Reyes right here.
Mr. Reyes and Mr. Alarcon.
This is a very significant date for all of us, which we mark each year, but it's really a significant month of an ongoing celebration of this city's history. This city, from its inception, though it was white and black and came from the Americas and from Asia and from Europe and from Africa, has always been a Latino city because all the subjects who founded the city, the pobladores, came from those corners of the earth, and though they are of every race and of every background, we now see a city which, under Spanish and Mexican and American rule, has always celebrated its heritage as a Latino city. And so today we represent a city which is rich in that tradition, proud of itself, confident in its past and its future, and we celebrate today Latino Heritage Month. So bienvenidos to the 2009 Latino Heritage Month opening ceremony. Today, September 4th, is the perfect day to be holding the celebration, as September 4th, 1781, 228 years ago, Mr. Labange, who always does the Walk with Pobladores in Mr. Huizar's district with many of us. 228 years ago was the official date for the founding of this city. That was the same year that the Continental Congress was commissioning a study to see whether marshland next to the Potomac River might be a fitting place for this nation's capital. We are older than Washington, D.C. We are one of the oldest cities in the Americas. From those first days when the 44 pobladores I mentioned took the trek, they gathered at in San Gabriel, which preceded us by a few years, and took that trek escorted by soldiers and 2 padres from the mission. They set out for Los Angeles, and Latino culture has always been woven into the fabric of Los Angeles.
Well, obviously, all of us are excited about our history, but more importantly, we are excited that we have become one of the most diverse places on earth, and the Latino heritage is part of that vibrant culture that we now call Los Angeles. Today, I'm joined by dignitaries from 15 countries, as well as the mayor of Los Angeles, who have come together to collectively celebrate their cultures and their influence and impact on the city of Los Angeles. It's a great pleasure and honor to introduce to you the distinguished members of the Los Angeles Consular Corps representing the Latin American countries. Are they here?
Okay. They come. It could be free. I don't know. Let's name the countries anyways. What the heck?
Well, we will be shortly represented by the Consulate Generals of El Salvador, Argentina, the Dominican Republic, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Mexico, Peru, Belize, Paraguay, Guatemala, Brazil, Uruguay, and Nicaragua. Shortly, as they are entering.
Here comes the samba. You want to do it? Call them one by one? Yeah. You want to call them one by one again? Okay.
I'll repeat again. First, El Salvador, Argentina, the Dominican Republic, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, México, Peru, Belice, Paraguay, Guatemala, Brasil, Uruguay, and Nicaragua.
Then, yeah, that'll do. Okay. I think samba music this one? No? Okay. I want you.
Okay.
La música.
Well, as we wait for the music and our final phase of this presentation, I want to thank my colleague, Eric Garcetti, and Councilmember Richard Alarcon and Jose Huizar and Tony Cardenas in representing their districts, but also being part of that voice that continues to advocate for our youth. This heritage is about our ability to stand with pride and self-esteem and share those types of strong sense of camaraderie with our neighbors. As you can see, all these countries, their main language is Spanish. A large percentage of the Western Hemisphere is in Spanish. So as we embrace this diversity, this great city, we're able to look at this grand tapestry. The 2009 Latino Heritage Month theme is embracing our roots and cultures, the tapestry that built Los Angeles. So as we continue to influence our young people to graduate from high school, to look at the universities, to look at their great futures, that they should be inspired by the music, the food, the talent that emerges from all these great countries. When I was growing up, we didn't have the diversity that we see in our midst today at all levels of influence. So it's incumbent upon us to use this influence to continue positive change for all people in this great country, in this great region, this great city. But we can look around and see that we are making strides. Here in these chambers, 4 out of 15 council members are Latinos. And leading the second largest city in the United States, we have the first mayor, Latino mayor, elected since 1872. Okay. Is he coming?
Yeah. We just gonna do the music.
Okay.
You have to see these and I'm going to do the music. She'll keep the
Okay.
music, so. Yeah, it's 5.
Well, here it said 4. I'm going to say 5.
Thanks, brother. The mayor's
So-
office,
Oh, we need all the trumpets, right?
That's right. Here they come. Here's samba. Ladies and gentlemen. You want to say ladies and gentlemen since samba?
So, ladies and gentlemen,
La música.
the music will be beginning. And as the flags of all these great countries depart the chamber, we will be having, give me a round of applause. I want to thank our Clean and Green youth. We're doing many, many great projects and programs throughout the city. So cue up the music. The samba, let the music begin. Que toca la música. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can sense the energy, the sense of positive attributes that we can have as a great city, it is our mayor who has brought this energy to the forefront. I want to welcome to the chamber. I give you our mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa.
Thank you, Ed, Councilmember Reyes. You know, every time we celebrate our Heritage Months, whether it's for Latinos or Native Americans, whether it's for African Americans or Asian Americans, it's an opportunity for us to share the stories, the trials and tribulations, the contributions, the history of communities that have always played a very important and pivotal role in the development of the City of the Angels. And so thank you for allowing me, Mr. President, to be here in the council chambers today. I want to thank Councilmember Alarcon, who's here with us today, Councilmember Reyes, of course the Council President, Eric Garcetti, our City Controller, Wendy Gruhl, and of course Councilmember Don Pepe Huizar, who was with me last night at our Summer Night Lights program. Give them all a big hand, please. It's also my honor to acknowledge and applaud the Latin American Council Generals who are here with us today. If you could please stand. All of the Council Generals who represent the great continent of South America, but also North America and Central America as well. I'd also like to acknowledge the Clean and Green students who are here today, who are accompanying them. Give them a big hand, please. Let me welcome Carmen Trutanich, the City Attorney of the City of Los Angeles, who's here with us today. And of course, we all had an opportunity, some of you, well, we all had an opportunity to see. Some of us had most of us had an opportunity to hear, and some of you had an opportunity to dance with Daniela Brasil and Oya Brasil Samba Show. Thank you for leading us into the chambers. Let me acknowledge Councilmember Tony Cardenas, who's also here with us today. Thank you, Councilmember Cardenas. Sporting a new beard, by the way. Looking good. Today, we celebrate the heritage of a people who possess a tireless spirit to participate fully in the American dream, who possess a spirit of sacrifice to carve a path for those that follow in their footsteps, possess a spirit to give back to society in ways that honor both their heritage and the heritage of the United States. I know we all have similar stories, but growing up, my mother always said to me that we should be proud to be an American, proud of this great country that's embraced us and given us opportunity, that gave my grandpa more than 100 years ago the opportunity to live here and work here. But she always said to us as well to be proud of where we come from, to be proud of who we are, of our heritage and our history, and all of us who are here today stand with that pride. And in a moment, I'll be recognizing three individuals whose life stories and life's work exemplify those values. But before I do, I wanted to share a story I read recently that touched my heart, and I think will touch yours as well. It reminded me once again how far Latinos in America have come. Jose Hernandez was the son of Mexican migrant parents who possessed little more than a third-grade education. Every summer when school broke, Jose and his three siblings would accompany mom and dad on the sugar beet and tomato fields of California. He remembers being tired and sweaty and dusty in the back seat of their parents' car after a long day in the fields. Before starting the engine, his father would turn to him and his siblings and said, "Remember this feeling, because if you guys don't do well in school, this is your future." Well, Jose didn't learn to speak English until he was 12, but he went on to graduate from high school, go to college, earn a bachelor's and master's degree in electrical engineering. He went on to work for an aerospace lab and became an expert in X-ray physics. He moved to Houston in 2001 to work at the Johnson Space Center as an engineer. And after 3 short years there, he was selected to be an astronaut on the Discovery space shuttle. Last week, he and his crew launched into outer space. At his side were a female aeronautical engineer, a Swedish mission specialist, and a third-generation Latino from El Paso named Daniel Livas. And I know that when Jose and the diverse crew traveling with him looking down from their spacecraft window onto the planet Earth, the only colors they see will be the browns of the mountain ranges, the whites of the foaming coastal shores, and the blacks of the infinite universe that surrounds us. They'll see one people sharing one common home, one common heritage, and united in one common destiny. So as we celebrate Latino Heritage Month today, let us remember that through our contributions, our heritage is tied into the unique tapestry of diversity that makes Los Angeles the city of the angels. And now, I have an honor to introduce our first honoree. Jaime Escalante has made it his life's mission to see to it that students from underprivileged backgrounds are able to live their dreams in the way that Jose Hernandez has been able to live his. He began to teach at the age of 23 in his hometown of La Paz, Bolivia. 10 years after moving to the United States of America, Jaime took a job at Garfield High School, an East Los Angeles campus plagued by poor funding, constant violence, and a tide of low expectations. Through gentle coercion, skillful presentation, and the force of his presence, Jaime helped his students achieve at levels they never thought possible. He had the highest expectations for his kids. He didn't just teach his kids, he mentored them. He made them reach beyond the life they knew and think about career, family, living a life of purpose and dignity. In 1988, Jaime received the Presidential Medal of Excellence in Education. In 1999, he was officially inducted into the Teachers Hall of Fame. Jaime Escalante is a true American hero. He paved the way for so many young people, and for that, I am honored to present to him today the Spirit of Los Angeles Award. Felicidades, señor. Get in here close. Gracias.
Thank you. I didn't do it. My name is Lieutenant Castillo from Miami Mice. My nickname, Edward James Olmos. Almost means not quite. Not quite means not ready. Not ready means opportunity to get it right, understand and deliver. School alone cannot educate. We need the help of the parents. I must share this recognition with the parents who helped me out at the time I was working at Garfield High School. It was a big plus. They helped me out all the way, and I learned that Mom calls the shots. Also, I have to share this with the team teaching. Teachers who helped me out all the way. Under simple definition, dynamic teachers facilitate. Students, our students are the best and usually hard workers. Those are the ones who give us the big plus. With that, we send kids to the best universities and colleges in the nation.
UCLA, USC, Stanford, MIT, Caltech, you name it. That was a big plus for education. Why not to say it was a big plus for the Latinos? I feel proud of that. But also I have to share this recognition with a great teacher, his nickname, always with nicknames over here. His nickname is Mr. B. In real life is Mr. Angelo Villavicencio. Great teacher, loyal from the beginning to the end of the program. Now I have to extend that the president of the community college, Mr. Hector. The last name is?
Moreno.
You know him. You know him. He's the best man. He helped me all out. And also, I have to recognize to Fernando Fernandez, who is the director of the program. You're not going to believe we have more than 4,000 students. Maybe I'm wrong. I always multiply by 2, but I think it's more than 4,000 students in the same program. That's a big plus for education. Believe me, I feel great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you know, Mr. Escalante, this city council has gone on record in support of doing everything we can to raise expectations in our school district, to lower the dropout rate, to do everything we can to raise achievement in our schools. And you're the inspiration behind that effort. Thank you so much. Herbie Hancock, Marvin Gaye, Diana Ross, Lionel Richie. These are some of the greatest performers of our time. And when they need first-rate percussion to lay down the beat for their music, they know who to call. Sheila E. Sheila E. first picked up her first pair of drumsticks when she was only 3 years old, while watching her legendary father, Pete Escovedo, rehearse. By the age of 20, she was a top session and touring musician, performing with true legends. In the 1980s, she teamed with the Prince, on classic hits like Let's Go Crazy and Purple Rain, ensuring her place on the stereos of every child who will ever turn 15 until the end of time. I wasn't 15 when it came out, but I remember when. With her Love Bazaar and The Glamorous Life, Sheila became an international superstar, joining We Are the World and joining Placido Domingo on stage for the Oscars. Now, Sheila E. has taken her great success and given it back through her charitable work and philanthropy. As a co-founder and chair of the Elevate Hope Foundation, Sheila offers victims of child abuse an alternative form of therapy through the healing power of music and arts. For her work, both on and off stage, I am honored to present the Dream of Los Angeles Award to Sheila E. Just a few words, and then she'll speak outside.
Okay, they told me to go outside and speak, but I can't because no, I'm just kidding. Thank you so very much. This is such an honor, and I can't begin to tell you how proud I am to be Hispanic and Creole. And I wish my dad was here today. He's not here. He had another show to do, so we're going to kind of try to do what we can without him. He's the foundation, the rock, but this is dedicated to him. Thank you so much. God bless.
I love it. Sheila, did you notice when we were about to take the picture the way the brothers just... Man. Yeah, you don't know what we're talking about.
I just say you're the ghost.
Jimmy Smits has spent a career in film and television spanning 25 years. Looks like he was 25 years too, but that's another story. From Miami Vice to NYPD Blue to a galaxy far, far away, Jimmy has made his home here in Los Angeles, a city he helped immortalize with his work on LA Law and Hill Street Blues. My favorite character that Jimmy played was on The West Wing, where he starred as a young, handsome, charismatic politician who comes out of nowhere to knock down the party establishment. Win a contentious primary, bring the country together, and go on to become the first minority to ever occupy the Oval Office. I think Barack Obama must have taken a page out of Jimmy's playbook. Off screen, Jimmy has dedicated himself to public service, co-founding the National Hispanic Foundation for the Arts to expand career opportunities and increase access to education for Hispanic artists and professionals. We're honored to claim Jimmy as an Angelino, and I'm honored to present him with the Hope of Los Angeles Award. You got a hug. I can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, honored guests, friends. I am truly humbled to receive this, especially from you, because when I think about Hope of Los Angeles, being able to realize a hope that our population numbers were growing, and that, as you see in this room, there's so many examples of our people being first and foremost qualified. So to be able to see you, hope realized, and to receive this from you, it really warms my heart. And I've just lived by the 25 years that I've been here now. I got to give up the Yankee hat.
It's time, brother.
It's time.
We'll shred it for you.
But this city has been great to me, and me siento como un hijo adoptivo. And I just look at the faces here, and I'm astounded how many flags are represented from all over Latin America now, and how wonderful that is. And we have to acknowledge that we've come a long way, but we face many challenges. And coming together and building bridges, which is what the mayor has always done, is the way to continue to keep that hope alive. So thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here.
Thank you. And now let me ask the president of the City Council, Eric Garcetti, to please say a few words. We're very proud of the diversity you see on the City Council. 20 years ago, you didn't see a City Council that looked like it looks like today. And Eric's been a big, important part of that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We gave some remarks before folks came in, so I won't repeat them, except to say for this entire City Council how proud we are collectively, all 15 of us, of the Latino heritage of this city. From when my grandfather came here fleeing the Mexican Revolution after my great-grandfather was hanged in a small town called Parral, Chihuahua, where Pancho Villa was also killed later, to the hope in my grandmother's eyes as one of 18 children to a Mexican-American family that immigrated from Arizona to Los Angeles. These stories are told time and time again in each one of our districts, whether it's in Wilmington in Ms. Hahn's district, or our Coparina for El Grito this year, right here, our President Pro Tem, and honorary member of the Latino Caucus as well, Ms. Perry, to Mr. Zain, who's mistaken as Latino all the time, as an Arab American, to all of us.
Lebanese, thank you, Lebanese.
To all of us who celebrate that this city is proud of all of its heritage, and that term Latino is an inclusive one, not an exclusive one. We celebrate this, and we thank the mayor for not only the pride he has given to us, but for making sure that every young person in the city can look to the city council, can look to the mayor, can look beyond and realize that any dream is attainable. And to our honorees, who we've all been huge fans of for so long, not because just of what you perform in front of the camera or on the stage, but what you do when the lights are off and who you are beyond that. We thank you for being an inspiration to this city and to each one of us. And I know we have two council members who didn't get a chance to speak before, and probably others around the horseshoe who would like to say a couple words as well. But I'll ask Tony Cardenas to first step forward. He has an interesting story, I think, to connect with one of the individuals that was mentioned in your introduction as well, but I'll leave that to him, and then to Jose Huizar. Please welcome a great council member from a town or adjacent to a town that was founded just before the city of Los Angeles in San Fernando, the one, the only Tony Cardenas.
Thank you. I am the son of immigrants and a proud American, and proud of this day and every day in Los Angeles and in this country, because we celebrate Latino Heritage Month, yet at the same time every day is Latino Heritage Day, African American Day, Irish Day in Los Angeles. We are such a beautiful, wonderful, culturally diverse city. The mayor touched on the name of someone that I'm very, very proud of, and that's Jose Hernandez, who is literally in the stars today for 13 days. He is the 5th Latino astronaut in the history of the United States of America. And I am so proud to call him my friend. I have shared the story about my friend Jose Hernandez. We were electrical engineering students together at UC Santa Barbara, and he wanted to be an astronaut ever since he was a little boy, working in the fields in the Central Valley of California as an immigrant himself. And he said he was going to be an astronaut, and he never gave up on that dream. And he told me the story personally, and I'm so proud of him, that he tried to get on the list and got on the list to be picked as an astronaut, I think it was about 8 or 9 times. And he missed the cut. And after about 5 or 6 times missing the cut, he kept asking for advice from people who knew how to help him make the cut. And he went so far as, even though he's completely literate in Spanish and English, somebody told him, well, maybe you should learn Russian. We're doing a lot of work with the Russians. He went out after having his bachelor's degree, master's degree, being married with children, having a full-time job, went out and mastered the language of Russian, and then got on the list again and missed. And got on the list again and missed. And finally, they picked him to be on the list. This is a guy that I'm proud of, and this is someone who's a Latino American citizen. And this is someone that I used to compete with in college, both on test scores, and lucky that he's married now and I'm married now, because there might have been a time or two that we competed for the attention of the same gal at the same party. And I might have a lofty title, and a good pickup line might be, I'm an elected official. But I don't think there's a better pickup line than, I'm an astronaut. How do you top that? How do you top that?
Mama's listening, remember.
I'm talking about the past. So, Jose Hernandez is a very, very fitting example of someone that I have already talked to him on the phone. And you will be introduced to him hopefully soon when he comes back down from the stars. And he has made a commitment to come to Los Angeles and allow himself to be honored by the city council, by the city of Los Angeles, by the mayor. So we're all going to meet this wonderful human being, all of us, very soon. And the reason why I am so proud of him is because he embodies the character of this country, which is a country of try, try, try again, and you will be rewarded. Even if you work in a factory 6-7 days a week. Even if your only dream is to see your children graduate from high school. In this country, you will have that opportunity. And in the city of Los Angeles, it is our responsibility to legislate those opportunities and also to take a little bit of time, like we have, Mayor, is to celebrate that opportunity for every human being, no matter what you look like, no matter how tall you are, no matter how dark you are, no matter how light you are, or no matter how old or young you are. Opportunities are there if you want them. This is a city of dreams, and this is a city that, thank God, takes the time to celebrate those dreams and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. Thank you very much for that inspiring speech. Just before Mr. Huizar, we have a great guest as well who is no stranger to these chambers. She was here for 7 years before moving up and on just across the bridge as our great city controller. Please welcome the one, the only Wendy Gruhl.
Thank you, Eric. And Eric said to me that his pickup line with women would be that he knows Jimmy Smits, and I said mine would be I know Sheila E. So, in our opportunity. But astronaut is pretty great. I want to be brief. I'm just happy to be here, and I do miss you all in the council chambers. It's my first visit back, but so appropriate for the Latino Heritage Month and what we're celebrating, and the honorees today who are extraordinary role models, as are the gentleman standing behind me and the many of you that are here today, what has been accomplished. And for young men and women of Latino heritage, the fact that an education is an opportunity being provided to all young people and students, the fact that you can reach your dream, whether it be as an actor or a musician or an educator, sends a very good message. And so I stand here today saying this is what makes Los Angeles great, our diversity, our working together, and the importance of serving as role models. And so throughout this month, and throughout the year, and throughout the decades, we should celebrate this incredible heritage on Latino Heritage Month. Thank you very much.
And from the 14th District that our mayor used to represent, we now have a great colleague called Don Pepe by the mayor, but we refer to him as a Jose, whose grandfather actually was one of the laborers who worked on this building. And so literally his family has been tied to the history of Los Angeles for generations. Please welcome Jose Huizar.
You know, if there's one thing we've heard here today is that the American dream lives on. And there's a reason why the city of Los Angeles continues to celebrate the heritages of many people of Los Angeles, and that's because people do come to Los Angeles and this country for those opportunities and those dreams. And even if we look at our honorees today, we see that diversity, Bolivia, Puerto Rico, and some Mexican background as well. So we, as the controller said, we celebrate that diversity, and one of the ways we do that here in the city of Los Angeles each and every year is to celebrate the birth of the city of Los Angeles as well. And today is the 228th birthday for the city of Los Angeles. And it continues to thrive. It continues to thrive, provide opportunity, and be inclusive of everyone. So congratulations to the honorees. You are role models for all of us. We are all proud of you. And just a reminder for those who do the Pobladores Walk every Saturday, every birthday, especially to Councilmember Tom LaBonge, who I know is out there. The walk has been canceled this year, unfortunately, because of the air quality, but we will still have our celebrations at El Pueblo, the birthplace of the city of Los Angeles, this Saturday. Thank you very much.
And lastly, from the podium, before anybody else as well wants to add their good wishes, we have our very newest elected official, citywide elected official, a man who comes from the south of here, but I'm not talking about across the border. He comes from San Pedro, also known as San Pedro. And we are very, very glad that he could join us today for Latino Heritage Month celebrations. Please welcome Carmen Nuch Trutanich.
Good morning. You're looking at the ugliest Latina that ever walked the streets of Los Angeles, with a name like Carmen Trutanich. I'm honored to be standing here today celebrating Latino Heritage Month. About 31 years ago, I ran into a Latina, and 6 months after that, I married her. And let me...
All right. Part of the family.
And let me give you a story about her and the hard work of the culture that I knew. She had a mother who had polio, and she raised 7 children without help. 7 wonderful children, all successful. Not with a lot of money, but with hard work and courage and devotion to her family. And the one thing in the last 31 years I've learned about Latino culture is family. And once you're a member of that family, you never get out. You're part of it. It's a part of your blood. And I'm so very, very proud personally to be here as a tribute not only to my wife, but to my mother-in-law and to this great city and the great Latino heritage that exists here. Thank you for allowing me to do this.
Mr. Garcetti, thank you. Mr. LeBonge and Mr. Wesson, please. Mr. LeBonge.
Mr. Mayor, let's give our mayor a big hand right now for his leadership. And to the great educator, a Garfield Bulldog, you've inspired children throughout the world. Sheila E., who played with Ringo, and all your music, congratulations to you. And Jimmy, as a businessman on Wilshire Boulevard, I was disappointed that you left there in my district, but I wish you well downtown. All of us in this great hall celebrate the city's birthday today, and thank you, Mr. Weezer, for always reminding us that. But it's all of us together that make this city great. And from the Consular Corps from throughout South America, and I know everybody's pushing for Chicago, but I'll tell you, my heart's on Rio for the Olympics in 2016 for South America.
Thank you, Mr. LeBonge. Are you finished?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Simon. I also want to recognize El Salvador and San Salvador for our sister city, Mexico City, 40th year sister city, and also Salvador Bahia from Brazil, sister city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity while this scene is so vivid in everyone's mind to rise and ask for unanimous support in banning Tom LeBonge and Rosendahl from ever dancing again on the council floor.
I'll second that motion.
Several of us could have difficulty getting reelected. You know, if we had another 1,000 teachers like you, we might really be able to turn this city around. You are truly a hero. People have to realize that our educators spend almost as much time with our children as parents and grandparents. So if I had a hat on, sir, I would take it off to you. Mr. Smits, I've always enjoyed you as an actor. In fact, to be honest, I just saw you on a rerun of Dexter last week, and I'm sorry that you've got a serial killer helping you try to find out who killed your brother when in actuality he in fact did it. It's a heck of a show if you haven't seen it. And it is amazing because I was a big West Wing fan and the mayor brought it up and I truly loved the whole series. And the season that you were in, I can remember saying throughout, wouldn't this be phenomenal if we would have this type of energetic leadership, an individual that could bring individuals together. But the story was so far-fetched. I just believe no one in Hollywood would write that story, and in actuality, that is exactly what occurred. And Sheila, when I think of you, in fact, I don't think I can say what I think about when I think of you, because my wife may be watching this rebroadcast. But thank you so very much for all of the music that you and your family have brought to the world. And then finally to my colleagues, to my mayor, who's been a friend of mine for almost 20 years, and the Latino caucus that I serve with. It's been an honor and a pleasure. We may disagree on this council floor, but if people saw the way that we work with one another, if people could really see how each and every one of us truly respect and love each other, I think it would do so much to bring this world together. Again, we may argue, fuss, and fight at times, and I got a feeling we may have a little argument later today on one of the items. But Richard is shaking his head. But anyway, no, it is such a pleasure to serve with all of you. And again, I generally don't speak during these ceremonies, but I felt truly compelled to rise. And it's just an honor to meet you, and thank you for coming. And good work, Mr. Mayor, good work.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Mr. Rosendahl.
Guillermo Rosendahl, that's me. Buenos dias, everybody.
Buenos dias.
Yes, I was out there dancing. Some of you don't know, I just had surgery a month ago, and I forgot about it when I got out there. The energy in this room was so compelling that I just found myself out there. Why am I celebrating? Well, when I was a kid, a few years ago, I wandered around the world, and I went through most of South and Central America. Of course, I've gone to Mexico many times, but I went through all kinds of places and through most of the countries in South America and in Central America. And to realize that California, frankly, was part of Mexico and part of the great days of the Latino rise in the Western Hemisphere. We shall never forget that. Our great city of Los Angeles is the blender, the melting pot, the microcosm of the whole world. We are an interconnected people here in this room today. I see all the colors of the rainbow here in the room, and all colors of the rainbow are in this great city. That's what makes Los Angeles strong and great. And I was thrilled when Antonio Villaraigosa became the mayor, so that a Latino, someone who represents a large number of people in this great city, could finally rise to that point. And to see my colleagues, Latinos, on here, this is truly the democracy at its best, which is the blend of everyone in the planet being together and being part of each other and being hopeful and positive and harmonious. So when we celebrate Latino Heritage Month, we're celebrating all of us, because we're all connected. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. And that is comments from our colleagues. I just want to offer my congratulations to the recipients of the award, from education to entertainment. And Jimmy Smits, I don't know if you remember, but I visited the West Wing with my son, Christopher, a policeman. You took us on a wonderful tour of that, so it's good to see you again. So congratulations to all of you. Mr. Garcetti, back to you.
Thank you. I just want to say one other thank you and a note. This tradition was started by somebody else who's in this room, a former colleague of mine and a former colleague of many of ours, Mr. Mike Hernandez, council member, who started this tradition. We thank you, Mike, for
Thank you all very much. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations. presentation to make. Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Mayor. Can we get a microphone to the mayor, please? Can we get a hand mic to the mayor? Okay, Mr. Mayor, there you go.
By the way, as you all know, we don't just have a celebration that is purely festive. For the whole month, for all 4 Heritage Months, we have essay contests and we have art competitions. And it's a beautiful thing to watch when the winners of Latino Heritage Month essay contests are African American or Asian American or Jewish or Muslim. It's a beautiful thing to watch when the winner of the African American Heritage Month are Latinos or Asians or from some other community. So we have an educational component that talks about the contributions, the rich heritage, the history, and the heroes, like the 3 that we acknowledge today. So this is the poster that will be the calendar cultural guide. Thank you very much, Vanna White. And as you can see, City Hall and surfers and cyclists and everybody. Big hand for the artist. Where's the artist at? The artist. ¿Dónde está is she not with us? Congratulations to the artist. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, can we have that turned around for the cameras up here? Thank you. For the media that we have here, thank you very much. All right, thank you all. Latino Heritage Month, 2009. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 14 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk, we have a full quorum, so let's go through the agenda.
First item is approval of the minutes.
Mr. Rosendahl makes a motion to approve the minutes. Mr. Weezer seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Reyes moves. Mr. Parks seconds.
First item on the agenda, Madam President, is an item notice for public hearing. I believe there is a card on that item.
All right, we'll call that item special.
Next items are items for which public hearings have been held, items 2 through 5, and reports have been submitted on both 2 and 4.
We have cards on, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I can't.
I'm sorry. They've already had public hearings, but if council wishes to reopen the hearings on those, and I understand one of the council members wanted to call item number 2 special, I think Mr. Alarcon.
Mr. Alarcon on number 2? All right. Mr. Weezer?
Number 5, if we could continue that for 1 week, please. Item number 5.
All right. Mr. Parks, did you want to continue 5 for Mr. Weezer? Mr. Parks 2 has been called special by Mr. Alarcon also. All right. Any other? Mr. Labange, did you have a special? No, I just... Okay, great. All right. Okay, then on item 4, we can open the roll to move the CLA report?
Yes, that would be actually items 3 and 4.
Okay, open the roll on those items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote. Mr. President Garcetti?
You just wait for me. Wanted to say that I know there's some folks who can't get in and have cards on other items. Why don't we, as we run through the agenda, if we get those cards after the fact, we can just make sure we'll reconsider those items and make sure anybody who came to be heard on those items can be heard.
That'd be fine, and as people exit the chamber, if they could keep their voices to a minimum, that would be extremely helpful. Madam Clerk, what is the next item?
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held. Items 6 through 11, 10 votes are required for consideration. And Madam President, all those items have cards, so they would all be called special. And that would be 6 through 11.
Mr. Smith? 8. 18? 8. Okay. Item 8. All right. Mr. Smith calls item 8 special along with the other items. Are there any outstanding items on that that we need to open the roll on?
Not in that section,
All
no.
right. Let's move on.
Do you wish to call the roll for the special meeting?
Yes, please do. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Parks.
Item 10, special.
All right. Item 10 special for the regular meeting for Mr. Parks. All right, now let us take roll on the special, adjourn the regular meeting and or suspend the regular meeting and then go into the special meeting. Would you please call the roll on the special meeting, Madam Clerk?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 14 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
All right. What is the first item on the agenda?
This is a two-item agenda. They're both items to which public hearings have not been held. Item number 12 is a commissioner, and there are cards on that item. And I believe item 13, there are no cards on that. So if council wishes to vote on item 13.
Hold on just a second, Madam Clerk. Again, folks, I know we're leaving the chamber. If you could leave the chamber by keeping your voices down, that would be extremely helpful, as it's very difficult to hear in here right now. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you repeat what you said on item 13?
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam President. On item number 13, there are no cards, and council can vote on that item if they wish.
Okay, open the roll on item 13 now. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right.
And item number 12 is a commissioner. Do you wish to hold that on the desk and recess the regular meeting and go back to the special meeting?
Yes. Mr. Labange, I understand you have a quick introduction before we go into the next presentation by Mr. Koretz. All right, Mr. Koretz, Mr. Labange said he will wait and do it after you. So please, Mr. Koretz, you have a presentation.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm happy to be standing here with my daughter Rachel on Feline Friday, where we feature one of the beautiful cats from our shelters to offer up for adoption. And today's kitten is Tiger, and as you can see, the name fits quite well. Tiger's an 8-month-old male brown tabby shorthair. He originally came to our South LA shelter. He's neutered and ready for adoption. He has a great personality and will make a fantastic addition to a lucky home. Now, to adopt him, you can come down to the council meeting or call my office at 213-473-7005. And of course, you can always adopt an animal from any of our 6 shelters. Interested parties can start the process by calling the following number, 888-452-7381, to reach any of our 6 shelters. And in addition, photos of our available animals and information on all of our shelters can be viewed at laanimalservices.com. Once a member of the community is interested in a particular animal, they should plan to visit the shelter, to visit the animal, and to speak to one of our qualified shelter representatives. So come on down and adopt Tiger. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Labange, would you like to speak at the podium for a second? And then our...
Thank you, Madam President, members of council. This is a group here with us today. It's Teal Day on September 4th here in Los Angeles. Gail McKenna here is the president and founder of Ovarian Cancer. The Ovarian Cancer Coalition of Greater California was launched in January 2001 by an ovarian cancer survivor, Gail McKenna. Give her a big hand for being a cancer survivor. This organization is made up of volunteers and through their coordinated efforts fight against ovarian cancer. That is why Ovarian Cancer Coalition of Greater California is committed to raising awareness for ovarian cancer and its symptoms that are so vague that it's difficult to detect. Our goal is to educate the general public as well as the medical community of the signs and symptoms of the disease and to support research to find an early detection method and a successful treatment. Facts, symptoms. Most women don't know the important facts of ovarian cancer, and it's important to know those signs and symptoms. OCC is a volunteer nonprofit organization working to educate the community about ovarian cancer and its danger. Education awareness is key to early diagnosis and survival. And this Sunday, after the next Sunday, that would be September 13th, at Studio City, CBS Studios at 4024 Radford, there'll be a 3, 5 walk run, there'll be an 8K run and kiddie run to join and save lives and raise awareness about ovarian cancer. We want everybody to join, but I wanted to give Gail McKenna a big hand and all her team, and thank you so much for being here. I want to say something real quick.
Thank you for the City Council for inviting us. You can reach us on www.ovariancancercalifornia.com. I'm a 21-year survivor. Teal Day is to remind America of this terrible disease, and we hope we'll have a cure soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange, and thank you to all the ladies here today. Mr. Parks, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam President. Today I'd like to ask Ann Dunn to come up, a longtime city employee of 36 years who is retired. And you have family members with you?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you have them come up with you? Colleagues, it's not often that we have an opportunity to honor someone that's had so many years of experience. And I'll give you an idea, when I started reading her bio, how long she's been in the city, you'll find that many of the divisions and functions she has worked have been reorganized, and the names have changed as time has gone on. But she retired from the City of Los Angeles August 1st, 2009 as a Personnel Analyst 2 in the Bureau of Engineering after more than 36 years working for the City of Los Angeles. Ann was born in Detroit, Michigan, graduate of Cal State Los Angeles from the School of Social Work with a Bachelor's of Science degree in 1982. She began her career at the city in 1973 as a telephone operator in the Public Utilities and Transportation Department. I don't think that's...
It's now Public Works.
Now it's called Public Works. She transferred in 1977 to the office of the mayor, then Tom Bradley. She then also worked for one of our former colleagues, the Councilman Howard Finn, as a council aide, where she conducted research and made recommendations about abused seniors, and she also served as a community liaison in the Northeast Valley. In '85, she promoted to a management analyst in CDD's Industrial and Commercial Development Division. Now that's what now?
It's still CDD.
It's still CDD.
Yeah.
Okay. Which she is recognized for managing an award-winning enterprise zone which provided financial incentives to Pacoima business to hire local residents. She then transferred in 1990 to the Commission on the Status of Women, and then in '97 was promoted to Management Analyst 2. While at the Commission, she was responsible for managing the city's Take Your Daughter to Work program, which received an award from the MS Foundation by Angela Bassett in 2001. She promoted to the Senior Project Coordinator in 2006 and actively developed the Commission's Human Trafficking Program, coordinating and training city employees and the greater Los Angeles community on the issue of human trafficking. Ann also served the city through the years with dedicated service and hard work. Certainly she's had a great deal of pride in all of her assignment, and the one thing that anyone has worked with her will know that how professional and honest that she is. She, even though retired, will continue her education, and she will be going in a master's program on forensic social work. Today I'd like all of us to commend Ann on her 36 years of outstanding service to the City of Los Angeles.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh.
Put that over here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
So,
Councilman.
Ann, why don't you get up here and say something?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Parks.
and everyone else around the Horseshoe. I've had an opportunity to work with all of you except Councilmember Carens over my years of service, and have appreciated the work and coordination working with City Council. So I just want to say I'm enjoying my retirement. I recommend it to all, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Once again, Councilmember Parks.
I want you to introduce your family.
Oh, behind me, thank you. Behind me, I have my son, James. Friends and family, Eugenia Boykin, Patty Boykin, Richard Prosello, and then friends from work. Standing behind me is Shirley, Willie, Javelin, and Mary. So I appreciate everyone's support. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go in the back and take some photos.
Yes.
To the back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. And our next presentation is from the Councilwoman from the 15th District, Councilwoman Janice Hahn.
The group, come on. Come on, and let's honor you. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. I have with us here this morning the students and leaders from the LAPD's Youth Leadership Retreat. This is such a fantastic program. Actually, the LA Times covered this a couple of weeks ago. 20 students from our harbor area and East Los Angeles Teen Police Advisory Boards participated in this program in partnership with the Museum of Tolerance's Tools for Tolerance Student Leadership Project. And during this week-long program, the group learned about the damage that racial and cultural prejudice can do. They learned how to prevent such discrimination, but were also able to gain greater cultural understanding of other cultures, which is so much of what we're doing today in honoring Latino Cultural Heritage Month. Through a variety of exercises, they were able to learn what an important and powerful tool empathy is. I know that they will be taking these lessons back to their neighborhoods, their communities, their families, and begin to affect change where they are. These teens were given violence prevention training, leadership training, and were exposed to different points of view. At one point during the program, they were able to hear the first-hand account of a Holocaust survivor, a memorable experience that I'm sure they will never forget. This program was a great way to expose our young people to various cultures and ways of life. And this is exactly what we should be doing all over the city. We know that it is this generation, hopefully, that will begin to break that cycle of crime and violence that so many young people find themselves embraced by. I want to thank Captain Ann Young, who runs the LAPD's Detective Support Division, for organizing this innovative program. And I really want to thank our own Officer Joe Buscaino, who created the Harbor Area Teen Community Police Advisory Board. We're all familiar with our PABs, our police advisory boards that are all over the city, but this was the first teen community police advisory board. So we've got young people who are advising and consulting with the men and women who are officers in LAPD. And I really want to thank Joe for helping to create that. He also helped to cover the $250 cost of the program for each teen. And I understand that Officer Buscaino actually drove the teens every single day to this program. The LAPD's Harbor Boosters Association, led by Captain Billy Hayes, also contributed to the cost of this, and I really want to thank our commanding officer of Harbor Division for helping to do that. The Museum of Tolerance, particularly Beverly LeMay, also deserves a very hearty thank you for hosting this program and giving these students this opportunity. I would like to present Beverly LeMay just arrived. She's here. I would like to present some certificates to thank the people that were involved in this, and then we'll let some people speak. Maybe hopefully you have a young person that you're ready to have. Oh, hello there. Nice to see you. Good. I'd like to present this to Detective Support and Vice Division Boosters Association. Who do we have accepting this? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really want to show you how much we appreciate you,
Thank you very much.
helping with this kind of a program. I have another one for Harbor Boosters Association. Who's accepting that? Was that for Captain Hayes? Thank you very much. I think I might have you say a few words too. I'd like to present this to the Museum of Tolerance. Is that Beverly? Thank you very much. I'm glad you arrived. Thank you. And Captain Hayes, would you like to come up and speak? And then Beverly, would you like to say a few words? And certainly we'd love to have a young person say a few words on behalf of the group. Oh, hi, how are you?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I want to thank you for recognizing this valuable program. It wouldn't have been possible without the contributions from the Detective Support Vice Division's Booster Association and the Harbor Division Boosters Association and the Museum of Tolerance. It's an important program, and it taught these kids its respect and an appreciation of diversity, and hopefully they'll be able to take these life learning experiences back to their schools and foster that kind of attitude throughout their lives and the other kids that they go to school with. So we thank you very much for recognizing their outstanding work, and it is them who do the work. So thank you very much.
We appreciate your leadership on this.
Thank you.
We have Beverly. Would you like to come up and say a few words?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to represent the Museum of Tolerance and to just say a few words about the students. They were just exceptional and were well chosen, I think, by the community of police who helped put this group together. We thank Captain Young for coming to us and exploring this idea with us several months ago. We put it together. We were happy to do so. This is the first time we've done a program like this for young people at the museum, and it is a model, I think, for future work that we intend to do. So we thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe Buscaino, would you like to come up and say a few words? You are really the energy and the spirit, I believe, behind so many good things of organizing our teens in the harbor area and getting them connected to the men and women in our great LAPD. So why don't you say a few words?
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you to all the Council members here to supporting this cause. You know, the lessons learned by these teenagers at the Museum of Tolerance will be lessons learned and carried on to them for a lifetime. They'll bring what they've learned to their schools and their communities, and we're just so proud of them. And they learned a lot about the social injustices of the past, and what's to come in the future is just amazing. And we thank the Museum of Tolerance, Mike Captain Hayes, for supporting and continuing the Teen CPAP concept. But enough from the adults. We'd like to hear from the teens. We have Jessica McLemore here, as well as Pedram Farhang. So, Jessica, take the mic. Welcome to the City Council.
And tell them where you go to
Welcome.
school.
Okay, my name is Jessica McLemore. I am a junior at King Drew Magnet High School. I had a lot of fun at the Museum of Tolerance, and everything I learned there will stay with me forever. I remember when I first got home the first day, I was so excited, sharing with my mom everything that happened. And I can't wait to go back to school and tell all of my friends, and maybe set up presentations for them, so they too can get a taste of what I got to go through for a week there. And thank you for everybody who helped give me the chance to go.
Very good. Thank you, Jessica.
Hi, my name is Pedro Farhing. I'm 17 years old, and I'm going to be a senior at Port of Los Angeles High School in San Pedro.
Oh, very good.
I was very humbled and grateful for this experience, for going to the week-long retreat at the Museum of Tolerance. I consider myself a pretty tolerant guy and pretty knowledgeable about the social issues, but attending this week-long retreat and going through all these workshops, interacting, talking, and learning all these lessons, I didn't know I would ever learn them, and I think it's a great experience, and I think I have a thorough understanding of the complex social issues that can plague and hinder our society, and I'm very grateful for the experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, real quick.
I am so humbled by all these stories that I've learned from the community and all around the world. And that, I can bring back to school all these great lessons, that everything you learn goes from generation, from your grandparents to your kids to your every parent, and that that all these challenges abroad, we can do something about it. And I learned that to be more thankful for what you have, and to keep going on those lessons, and to be happy for what you have, to teach other kids how to be kind, no matter who you are, if you're tall or short, Latino or Asian, gay or straight, whatever you are, we are all equal, and we are here for one mission, and that's important that we learn this lesson. And
Tell them what your name is.
my name's Alan, by the way, and so I'm excited to go to Pola High School. And to teach this, I'm going as a freshman, and so thank you so very much that I could go back home and realize you guys made me smile and maybe even cry after all these kids that are being hurt. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. And, I just think this is so great. Sometimes we don't realize that our LAPD, we look to them to fight crime. We look to them to keep us safe. But to think that in some of their spare time, they're doing things like reaching the young people and teaching them lessons which ultimately will lead to tolerance and getting along, and hopefully, I think they know, investing in our young people will indeed prevent crime in the future of Los Angeles. So thank you so much to the men and women of the LAPD for doing this. Thank you to the young people. This gives me great hope for our future.
And Tom Labange.
Stand this on. Thank you. And the Museum of Tolerance. Give them another great hand. And young man, tell me your name, what high school?
Excuse me?
Port of Los Angeles.
Port of Los Angeles High.
Yeah.
What's so special, what you said, you learn about the world outside our own world, which is so key. And also, I think we should thank the boosters for this very thing, and they should be introduced as well. If the officer could come up and introduce the boosters who helped fund this program and the trip there. Good job, Janice Hahn. Good job, Port of LA High.
All right. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Thank you very much, Councilman. I am Officer Rodriguez from Detective Support Vice Division, and on behalf of our captain, Captain Young, who had the vision to do this, but without the funds, we won't be able to do it. So that's why I want to bring in our Vice President of our boosters, Mr. Amin Moesi, who will explain how we did it. Amin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to thank you all for the opportunity, and also I want to thank LAPD for what they're standing, what they're doing, and they're going out of the box in order to do extraordinary job, basically, in order to put these kids in front of what we have gone through the history of this time, that, and it's a hard time that we're going through. So hopefully we're going to have a better leaders like you guys tomorrow with these programs available. I would like to also thank Captain Ann Young, and I would like to really thank Ricky Rodriguez over here, Jose Rodriguez, because without him, the LAPD boosters was not here. He was the person behind all of this, and basically the opportunity for us to contribute back to the community was because of him and the LAPD. I would like to thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, we will now go to our general public comment. Sorry, Mr. Wisar?
I have a few items for reconsideration.
Sure,
I'm hoping
absolutely.
to do
What are
that
those
to
items?
clarify the agenda. The first one is that we could reconsider item number 3. We have an amending motion that
Okay.
we have circulated.
Let's
We
go ahead.
could reconsider item number 3. There's an amending motion, and then we could vote on that item again. If we could do
Okay,
that, please.
let's go ahead. If there's no objection, let's open the roll on reconsideration of number 3. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And if there's no objection, that'll be accepted as a friendly amendment. Did you want to speak on it, or?
No,
to vote?
no,
Okay.
that's fine.
Let's prepare the roll then as amended and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that is approved.
And item
Next
number 5, I'm not sure if that was continued for 1 week.
Yeah, it
has
was
been
continued, yeah.
for okay. And finally, there's an issue from this Wednesday's agenda, item number 43. I've been advised by the Public Works Department that there was a procedural issue on the item, it was item number 43 from Wednesday's agenda.
Okay.
And
You want to reconsider that one?
yeah, we could
Okay, give us a
reconsider
sec
that.
to get the file number.
Yeah, and it's 082378.
Okay.
Thank you.
087328.
The Public Works Department has advised me that there were 2 initiation motions for the same vacation where they were both inadvertently introduced. The other 082521 was already approved on September 2008, and we should simply note and file the item from Wednesday's agenda.
Okay, let's go ahead and reconsider that item then. And tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, and we will note and file that, or receive and file, was it? Receive and file without objection. Okay?
Thank you very much, Mr.
No
President.
problem. We'll go to our public comment. Our first speaker is Dr. Clyde Williams, to be followed by Arnold Sachs. Very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. Choice of topics is a wide array. Your boards and commissions. You've rejected the ECAF and the tier revisions for the base rates. You've rejected the stormwater facilities that are being planned. You've sent them back. What's happening with the boards and the commissions? Are they not knowledgeable? Do they not get informed? Do they not participate with the development of these major programs within each of their respective agencies? There's a problem. You have a lot of commissioners that apparently don't know as much as you guys know. Because what happens? It comes to the city council, is rejected and sent back for revisions. The stormwater was rejected and sent back, and it's never come back. You have Measure B that was rejected by the people of the city of Los Angeles, and it's coming back, called the solar plan, with a lot more outreach, but it's still the same plan. I call it Stealth B rather than Measure B. There's a problem that seems to be arising within the commissions, the boards. A CFAC, that is the Community Forest Advisory Committee, did not have a quorum yesterday. Why? Because the various council persons have not appointed anyone to the CFAC. That's part of the Board of Public Works. So I would say you need to review and revise the appointment of commissioners, board members, in the same way that you're looking at special events. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that will be Rick Nightingale out in Van Nuys. And then we will return here to council chambers for the next speaker after that. Morning, Mr. Sachs.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. Arnold Sachs. I'd like to refer also back to Wednesday's meeting and a marvelous discussion that was held here in the chambers regarding the DWP rate increases. But what was really interesting was the beginning of the meeting with the public comment that was heard. And some ratepayers and owners got up and complained that they were being charged by the DWP for parking when they went to make presentations. These are ratepayers and owners, according to the council. Councilman Labange, I believe, made a motion to send a suggestion to the DWP regarding the charging for the ratepayers and owners of the DWP. But it was only a suggestion because the council has no authority to enact any rules for the DWP. And yet, you're all ratepayers and owners, aren't you? Ratepayers and owners. It comes to mind that there are some owners who are ratepayers, but very few ratepayers who are owners. It's all in language that's used. And the way you twist the facts around, how can we expect you to act on anything the DWP is when you can't even act to get them to overturn charging for parking? Aren't you more official? Aren't you more authoritative than your regular, normal, run-of-the-day, run-of-the-mill, everyday Los Angelino? Wouldn't the public come to you first with their complaints, you being ratepayers and owners of the DWP? And where are the ratepayers and owners when it comes to the salaries and the overtime that's generated by the DWP? Where is the input from the owners, the public, that only gets the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Rick Nightingale is our next speaker in Van Nuys, and then after that will be Walter Bechtel here in Council Chambers. Good morning, Mr. Nightingale.
Good morning, Rick Nightingale. I hope you guys vote for David Salzberg for the council right off the bat. Man, I'm telling you, boy, would it shake everything up. Well, let's get back to today. I think it really sucks, I hate to say that word, but I'll tell you, that you weren't here today. You turn around and you're celebrating all there and all that. You had Tuesday and Wednesday to do that by the 1st and the 2nd. But here comes Van Nuys, man, coming in second like always. I mean, we always get the short end of the stick on everything that comes down with the City of Los Angeles and the council. I don't understand it, but it always happens. It just happens that way. And then let's go back to this other. I see that, okay, about the heritage. You celebrate the Mexican heritage. Now you're going to probably say I'm a bigot and so forth and so on, but you get 4 months out of 12 that you celebrate the American heritage and so forth. Well, let's get back to, like, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've been brought up that way through my families. But let's go to Sanctuary City. This is what it's all about, for far as I'm concerned. My dad came from Canada. He turned around and had to get his papers and so forth. I was a kid. My parents, when we went to Canada on a vacation, make sure you have your papers, honey. You know, we gotta show your papers at the border. So we went through that. I know what it's like. So don't say anything about that. But you turn around and celebrate and so forth and that, and then you turn around and take it coming from the valley. I'm sorry. We always get the short end of the stick of everything that comes around. It's just not fair. And then you turn around and everything that's voted on, I hate to say it, we're going right back to the same situation, is that going back to Sanctuary City, look what the council is. It's all Hispanic, just about. Nobody wants to go against them, because if you go against one of them, you'll go against all of them. Like they say, it's in the family. And so then every other council person, yeah, you're the bad guy, and you don't want to be the bad guy because you want to be in the group. And everything just keeps getting passed along. You're losing the city, I'm telling you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nightingale, for your views. Walter Bechtel is our next speaker, and then after that will be Zuma Dog out in Van Nuys. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I wish this podium was a little bit taller, but I just wanted to come back and say something about the Ford Hotel. I don't know, people haven't been informing me. I was told by HUD that Mr. Saines was going to keep in contact with me. He didn't. There was an MHSA meeting, and now apparently you people are working with the County of Los Angeles to do something with the Ford Hotel. It was supposed to be for low and extremely low-income people. Now 90 of the 151 units is going to be for mentally disabled people, but nobody's telling us that. Also, I want to remind the council that the Ford Hotel is still under the zoning administrator's mandate, and condition 18 of the mandate is a with the land mandate, and it says there that the person is supposed to sign an agreement, a covenant with the city, and the agreement shall run with the land and shall be binding on any subsequent owners, heirs, or assigns. The people of the Ford Hotel are trying to tell me they don't have to evict people, they don't have for drug dealing. I was accosted and threatened. My life was threatened this morning by a tenant who is known to be volatile and violent. Another lady is doing funny things in the sinks and stealing the fixtures. I would appreciate, and I'm sure you would like to know, I hope you would like to know, that the Ford Hotel needs to be told they have to enforce these laws, and they have to evict these people. It's not, they don't have to, that the zoning administrator's mandate doesn't apply. It does apply to them still. Condition 18 there still applies there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Zuma Dog is our next speaker, to be followed by Bruce Darien, both in Van Nuys. Good morning, Mr. Dog.
Yes, good morning, Eric. I haven't seen you since we've been back. Nice to see you. I very much look forward to working with Los Angeles City Council. After 3 years, it's time to put up or shut up. I'm either going to be council member on September 22nd, or I'm going to head off into the sunset, because I sure as hell can't keep doing it this way anymore. So anyway, I'd like to say to the people that I was accused of dictating policy in Los Angeles by Richard Alarcon, and I quote, "I do not want Zuma Dog dictating policy in the city of Los Angeles." Well, I think voters on September 22nd might beg to differ with Senator Alarcon, and I'm reminding you to please vote for Zuma Dog. And I'd like to say, as the person running for city council, on behalf of my constituents, shame on city council for not being here today. You made a commitment to the voters of the Valley during the secession movement that you would have the first meeting of every Friday of every month. You know what I'm saying? The first Friday of every month, you're supposed to be here. And why couldn't you have Latino Heritage Month here? Why couldn't you have had the presentations here? It's inexcusable. It's litigious, insidious. It's insightful, not rightful. It's tragical, not magical. It's precocious, ferocious, it's supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. And I want you to have every meeting here. Okay, I'm just trying to have some fun. I'm really feeling good about my campaign, everybody. Thank you. I was at the LA Times, Daily News, and a lot of community forums, and they're liking the clean-shaven Zuma Dog in the suit. I'd like to remind everybody that I have tremendous management experience in the radio and record industry. I went from Columbus, Ohio, and I worked my way up the corporate ladder, working for some of the biggest radio stations in America, some of the top corporations, Washington, D.C., Houston, New York City, Los Angeles. I was highly sought out as somebody who could bring magic and was a trailblazer in innovation and creativity to the office. And if I was so hard to work with, I wouldn't have been approved all the way up. I look forward to spreading this magic with my fellow council members on September 22nd.
Thank you. And Mr. Dog, the city attorney wanted to know if that promise was under oath or not, but we'll be able to discuss that later. Mr. Zine, before we hear from Bruce Darien. Mr. Zine?
Thank you, Mr. President. And the comments that have been made by the folks out at Van Nuys regarding the meeting at that location, the reason that the meeting is here today and not in Van Nuys is because the city's birthday, and there's a lot of ceremonies taking place in downtown Los Angeles, and that is the reason. This is an exception to the rule, but I understand that we will in the future make up that date in the San Fernando Valley. We are not going to shortchange the San Fernando Valley. I discussed this with the President and other council members prior to this morning to make sure that the Valley was covered. So this is an unusual situation, and that's why we are here on the first Friday and not the San Fernando Valley. So for the Valley folks that are missing us, we miss you. We will give you a bonus day, so we'll be able to see you in person once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. Bruce Darien is our next speaker. After that is Yvonne Michelle Autry back here in council chambers. Good morning, Mr. Darien.
Good morning, City Council members. This week was a historic settlement by the United States Justice Department in settling with a pharmaceutical company for $2.3 billion for fraud in manufacturing or in sales of drugs for its unintended purposes. A 7-year case spanning over 7 years with the federal government under the False Claims Act. I brought the same type of a suit in 2000 over contracting fraud with the state of California. I've spoke here many times and actually ran for mayor of Los Angeles as my platform was to uncover fraud in government, to see that the election process itself in Los Angeles was a fraud in many respects. It's a sham, and your positions as city council members are sham also. The $4.5 billion suit that I brought under the False Claims Act was quickly covered up by the government itself, the fraud protecting, the guilty protecting the guilty. And the Senate many years ago found that that typically is what happens when government officials are involved. What's before us here is a piece of the St. Francis Dam which collapsed due to government corruption and contracting fraud. And as a result, 500 people perished, and to this day that's covered up as to who these people were and any type of monument or memorial to that effect. The dam is breaking in government corruption across the country. It's a good day in America that we're taking action as citizens to hold public officials accountable. The time has come. The whole medical insurance bills that are before Congress are a fraud because, first of all, there's so much corruption in the medical industry that we're paying for, and to continue paying for that. This is just a drop in the bucket, the $2.3 million. It pays. Crime pays in America, and the Justice Department is doing very little about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darian. Our last speaker for general public comment is Yvonne Michelle Autry here in Chambers. Thank you so much for your patience, and good morning.
Yes, I'm here making this very bold statement, and I'm hoping that I'm challenging you today to prove me wrong. Of course, racism is not the only type of corruption that exists. We fight classicism, we fight fascism, sexism, just basic corruption that presents itself in many forms. Again, I challenge you to prove me wrong and just settle with Mr. Michael Hunt per federal court judgment. He's prohibited from caring from his family because he's not able to vend, even though he's a licensed vendor in Venice Beach, and you have preempted or prevented or obstructed him from collecting on the federal court judgment, which would enable him to provide and to care for his family. This is, for me, one of the boldest examples of institutionalized discrimination. Am I only getting 1 minute at this point? Why is that?
You get 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Again, that is one of the most blatant, I think, evidences or examples of institutionalized discrimination when he obviously won the settlement. If he had resorted out of anger to some type of violent vigilantism, then he would be liable. Now you're liable. He's a black man. You know, he was vending, he was using his license legally and lawfully, and now you're practically forcing him to be homeless, where the police, he can be vulnerable to greater police brutality, a victim of excessive use of force, or police are just murdering black people on the street. I know, I'm a black woman. Either they want you to be a prostitute, or they want you to be a drug addict, or a criminal, or a gangbanger, so they can justify homicide committed against the majority of people of color, black people especially. Another example of institutionalized racism, I would encourage you, if you're not going to develop the land that you took from the native people, the South Farm, you know, I would encourage you to consider giving it back to them. You know, this land was taken from the Native Americans. That land was harvested legally, lawfully, providing alternatives for the youth so they wouldn't become involved in gang-related activity. So again, prove me wrong and do something to make some type of restitution for the people who have been robbed already by this corrupt republic.
That'll be our last comment for public comment. Thank you to all our speakers. If we can take the commissioner out of order, and then we will take up item number 2, which has been requested out of order after that. So if we can go back into the special meeting and take up item number 12. And item number 12 was before us. And we had public hearing, Madam Clerk, in that?
I'm sorry, Mr. President?
Do we have the public hearing on that already?
No.
Okay. Let's take the public speaker cards and invite Ms. Alarcon to come forward to the table while we have the public speakers come as well. Dr. Clyde Williams will be our first speaker, and then Mr. Arnold Sachs will follow. And I know it gets confusing with a nominee there. The public comment will be, of course, to the council on the nomination. Thank you.
Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. The commission. Sorry, the Board of Public Works. I get confused sometimes. Board of Public Works controls a huge amount of future expenditures. The commission has a committee called CFAC that is totally ineffectual. Yesterday, they actually recognized that there was no quorum. But then there was a discussion of one thing that is particularly important to me, trees. The tree ordinance, which supposedly protects our protected California native trees, is ineffectual. It doesn't work. They can't enforce it on private property. So in point of fact, it's irrelevant. The stormwater. They wanted $8 billion over the next 20 years, which would require $500 million a year just to operate and maintain. Those board members brought it to the city council, and it was rejected. What's going on in the boards? Qualifications, people either on the finance side or on the technical side, because this is a technical board in control of huge expenditures. My DWP bill includes the solid waste and the sewage. Why? Because it's easier to collect it through there rather than through the Board of Public Works. All of those rates come to us, you might say, in a stealth mode. It's under the DWP, so a lot of people get upset with DWP. We need more qualified commissioners operating on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arnold Sachs will be our next speaker, and then Rick Nightingale and Van Nuys will follow.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. I'm not sure that you're aware, Arnold Sachs, I'm not sure that if you're aware, there's an item on today's agenda, item number 6, I believe, is a call for funding for federal projects. What the mayor has done in his call for projects is listed budgeted items for each district, maybe $5 million for roads in District Number 1, $5 million for roads in District Number 2, $5 million for roads in all the different districts. You would think that it's $60 million or $70 million with the 15 districts, $75 million. But in fact, it's really only $5 million.
Mr. President, I don't know if he's talking about the appointment of this commissioner.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Would you please hold my time? Rule number 7 of the council rules states that you're the only person allowed to decide whether somebody is either on or off topic. It doesn't state anywhere in rule number 7 that the city attorney is given that right. Rule number 7 has also got an asterisk.
Sir, if you could go on with your comments. He's not deciding, he's giving me advice, and you're right. Rule number 7 gives me the ultimate authority to make that decision. Please continue.
Exactly. Thank you. Well, he should be giving you the advice without interrupting.
Sir, that would be last warning, please. If you want to say that in general public comment, that's fine. If you want to bring it back, I'm giving you a little bit of leeway because it has to do with Public Works, but please bring it back to the commission nomination before us. Thank you.
Sir, is that the same kind of use is being done with the Public Works projects. It's been listed in all the different districts. Public Works projects in all 15 districts are listed, but there's only one finite amount. With that in mind, how do you handle the numerous requests you're going to get to subdivide that funding so that a project is actually accomplished? Because if you have 15 different projects, you'll never be able to complete any of them with a little bit of money that's been allocated.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Rick Nightingale and Van Nuys. After that will be Zuma Dog.
Yeah, Rick Nightingale. I just hope that she does a good. I met her here. She's a very educated woman. I mean, she's a lawyer and so forth. But I hate to say, I just hope she's not a big liberal like her father. I mean, it's just, I'm sorry. It's just, that's just the way it is. I mean, he wants to give the farm away, and I know she's working up the ladder. She was on another couple of commissions, and now she's on a good paying commission. And I've asked her like this Greywater situation, and that she's on the board regarding that. And I just hope that she has a real broad, open mind to what's going on. I mean, this council, it's just so liberal, it's unbelievable. I mean, you guys want to give the farm away. You haven't figured it out about the budgets and so forth, and that you're broke, but you keep giving everything away. I believe, yes, the area needs new blood. She's very young, and I believe she can get a lot done. She's, like I said, she's very educated, but I just hope that she can turn around and do the good for the city, and that's all the people. Just not some of the people, for all the people. And that's going to take standing up for yourself, no matter who it hurts. You have a job. I believe this council does not do their job because they don't think for themselves. I think they have to go with the wind. And I hope that she turns around and thinks for herself, makes the wise decisions, and so forth. Like I said, I want to know more about the Blue Water. I know that she's going to commissions regarding the parks. This is what I read in the paper. I'm only stating what I read, and so forth. But I just hope that she makes, like I said, the very good decision, and I hope that I know she's going to get in, but I hope she does a very good job and does it for all the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Zuma Dog is our next speaker, to be followed by Bruce Darien, also in Van Nuys.
Yes, this is part of the special meeting. Yes, I'd like to say Andrea Alarcon, I'm such a fan of hers. She's so lovely and smart, and I just love everything about her. I accepted Richard Alarcon as her father is the only thing, but I can't hold that against her. And as somebody, I like to remind people that Senator Alarcon, he said he does not want Zuma Dog dictating public policy in the city of Los Angeles. So it's kind of me against Richard out here. Don't mean to drag his daughter into it, but here's my concerns. Fresh out of college, this is a pretty big position here, Board of Commissioners. It pays over $100,000. I would have liked to say, boy, I really hope she's just the most fantastic thing the city's ever seen. Because, boy, Board of Public Works, that's a pretty big responsibility. You need to have a lot of knowledge and whatnot and experience. And here we're just giving it, hey, it's Richard Alarcon's daughter. You know, no, let's hope she's good. I love her. She's beautiful and very smart and highly educated. But, you know, just this, what do they call it, nepotism. She's been appointed to so many things. Oh, you know, boy, how about some other people in the city get a chance to do something? Okay? But anyway, I'd just like to say that I hope the values of her father, the way he has been as council member and assembly member and senator, and the way he has the values and what he has stood for as an elected official, well, I hope that has not rubbed off on Andrea in any type of way, and I hope she's completely independent and nothing like him at all, because we cannot afford that type of irresponsibility at the Board of Public Works. They got some real stuff to do there. They don't just do dog and pony shows and sit there and criticize somebody like myself. And by the way, I'd like to finally say, although I'm accused of dictating public policy, I merely take public feedback and try to reflect and represent the voice, not a dictator at all. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Bruce Darien, also in Van Nuys.
Good morning, Council. As far as this person for appointment here, I don't know what her qualifications are. I don't know what vetting of her qualifications have been done, what public forums were had that the public could weigh in on them to see if she's in fact qualified. I understand in the paper that somebody said that she's a lawyer. That's great. In a courtroom, being a lawyer is a good thing. But out in public works for the city of Los Angeles, where does that fall into place? Could this person be appointed or elected or hired for the position in Ventura County, Santa Clarita County, Orange County? Would she be hired in those counties with her qualifications? That's the question. Has Mr. Alarcon weighed in with the mayor to get her this position? And if so, what other people were precluded from the position that may have more qualifications than her? I don't know. Maybe she has the best qualifications, and maybe she is the best person for it. But if she isn't, then she should not be appointed. And if she's being elected or hired in any way, possible way, because Alarcon, Councilman Alarcon, is her father, then she should not be appointed this position. And so the question is this: she should not be denied the position because her father's the council member. But can she ride on her own credibility and credentials? And I can tell you from my experience that the Public Works Department has so much to be desired. I sued in federal court to close the storm drains. Let me explain it again. To close the storm drains. If you'd get rid of your fee waivers and spend the money on closing the storm drains, then you wouldn't have your T-shirt day and getting everybody to pick up the trash because it wouldn't get to the ocean to begin with. I sued in court to close the storm drains. Close them. Get the Public Works Department to close the storm drains. Okay? I'm saying it in English. I know you pass it out in Spanish and other languages so that people get it. Close the storm drains. Is this person qualified? I don't know. Should she be elected or hired the position? I don't know. But I do know one thing. There's a lot of chicanery here in Los Angeles.
Woo-hoo! Thank you. We have one more card, Yvonne Michelle Autry.
Yes, thank you for hearing my comment. I just wanted to guard the council again against nepotism. I think Zuma Dog mentioned that, and quite frankly, I'd like to see Zuma Dog represented in the council. I think he'd represent more honesty than Councilman Alarcon, and I hope that if his daughter is appointed, that she would exemplify the more positive and noble qualities that we'd like to see in our representatives, whether it's city, county, or in whatever capacity that they're representing the public, and that you would keep that in mind. And I just hope that if she is elected, that she would exemplify, like I said, the most exemplary and the most positive and honorable qualities that sometimes we see lacking in some of the city council people who forget that they are representatives of the public, the people, the working classes, and all of us. So, please make the best choice, and again, guarding against nepotism. Thank you.
We'll close our public comment on this issue. I'd like to recognize the chair of our Public Works Committee, Mr. Huizar, for introductory remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I'm very excited about the appointment that the mayor has made to the Public Works Commission. If you've looked at her resume and her involvement with the city, we've seen a wealth of experience, and yet at a very young age. But, when we think of public works, we think of public infrastructure, bricks and mortar. But what I'd like you, and I usually tell our City Bureau of Engineer, Gary Moore, is that what I like about the work that we sometimes do, that it's not all about bricks and mortar. It's about having compassion. It's about having the heart about what we're doing. And I think when we have that, our projects do turn out a bit differently. And before us, we have a commissioner who has both. She has knowledge in transportation, she has knowledge about how the city functions, and she has knowledge about public works issues. And on top of that, if you look at some of her volunteer work, she has worked with domestic violence victims. She has helped establish a child development center. So we have a good combination here to make a great commissioner. So with that, I'd just like to ask if you want to share anything with the council, perhaps give a little bit about your background and what you hope to bring to the commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Huizar. You've always been supportive of my efforts, and so thank you for your kind words. It truly is an honor to be before the council today. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the mayor for this prestigious appointment and for his confidence in the value of my work. These chambers remind me of how my life truly has come full circle. It seems like just yesterday that I was flipping pancakes for Mayor Tom Bradley at his community breakfasts and spending my summers volunteering in this very building. I distinctly remember interning as a high schooler for then Councilmember Hal Burnson and creating his community resource guide, which I believe is still in circulation today. A few years later, I also successfully lobbied this council to amend its procurement processes to ensure that the city help stem child labor practices internationally. After high school, I went back east and completed my undergraduate and some graduate work at Georgetown University. While in D.C., I was honored to work under the Clinton administration at the United States Department of Justice and later under Vice President Al Gore. After having my daughter, I moved back to Los Angeles and served as the executive director of what was then the largest transitional housing facility for victims of domestic violence in the country. From there, I moved to Sacramento to work for Governor Davis and transitioned over to the California Attorney General's office, where for the past 5 years I have worked in the executive offices of both Attorney General Bill Lockyer and Jerry Brown. During my time at the Attorney General's office, I was fortunate enough to earn my Juris Doctorate degree from Loyola Law School. And now that I've completed my legal studies, the opportunity to serve on the Board of Public Works is not only timely, but also especially meaningful because it allows me the opportunity to come home and serve the city where I was born and raised. When I initially went to law school, I actually never had the intentions of practicing law. My primary purpose in attending law school was to develop my policy skills. Over the course of those 3 years, coupled with my legal experiences at the Attorney General's office, I really did fall in love with the practice of law. But that hasn't changed the fact that my passion has and always will be in policy development. So the Board of Public Works, which is a full-time policy-making position, is ideal for a person like me. Admittedly, there is a lot to learn, but there is a lot to do. And given my academic background and my professional experiences, I know that I am ready and fully capable of the tremendous task at hand. I look forward to working with each and every one of you in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I ask for a nay vote, and as we embark on not only making sure that the federal stimulus dollars get spent wisely and there's transparency, but as we continue to provide the necessary public infrastructure for the residents of the City of Los Angeles, I think we need someone like Ms. Alarcon and our current commissioners to continue doing the good work they're doing. So I ask for a nay vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker, to be followed by Mr. Zahn. Mr. Cardenas.
Yes, thank you very much. First, I'd like to speak to the truth and the positive fact that I think that you're a great pick for the Board of Commissioners, Andrea Alarcon. I'd like to remind the public that these commission positions are supposed to be for people who live in Los Angeles. But not only do you live in Los Angeles, Ms. Alarcon, you actually grew up in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. And I happen to grow up in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. And the fact of the matter is, unfortunately, in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, out of every 100 people who become an adult, cross the age of 18, only 4 out of 100 actually go to a 4-year institution to go to college. That's about what the statistic is, unfortunately. That's not the case for the other side of town, but that's the case for our side of town where we grew up. Have you gone to college to get to a 4-year institution? And if you did, what degree did you get and what college did you go to?
Yes, I earned my undergraduate degree from Georgetown University with a double major in American government and American literature and a minor in theology. Did some graduate business administration work at Georgetown as well and completed my education at Loyola Law School.
Okay, so you went beyond getting a bachelor's degree, which if you grow up in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, it's more likely that less than 1 out of 100 adults actually goes on to get a higher degree. And you actually have a Juris Doctorate degree, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and you already stated your community involvement, some of it, because I know the list is longer than that. You've already reminded us how involved you've been and how committed you've been as a volunteer to the community of Los Angeles, to the community of the Northeast San Fernando Valley. And on top of that, you have in fact been a commissioner for the City of Los Angeles as a volunteer commissioner, correct?
Absolutely.
What commissions have you been on for the City of Los Angeles?
I've served on the Transportation Commission and the Board of Taxi Cab Commissioners.
Okay. And that was volunteer. You didn't get paid for it. And all told, it probably added up to hundreds of hours of your time, your volunteer time, correct?
Probably more than that with the
more than
outside
that,
meetings.
I don't want to over-exaggerate,
Yes,
but the
yes.
bottom line is no question that you've given of yourself to this city as a volunteer and formally and legally, having to fill out the 700 forms and all that crazy stuff. But one of the things that I want to touch on, and unfortunately it's a bit of a negative, not about you, but a negative about the biggest daily periodical in the San Fernando Valley that decided just a few days ago to actually do a piece and basically try to tarnish your appointment, which I think is a shame on them, because they tend to want to say that the Daily News of the San Fernando Valley tends to want to say that they want to fight for the Valley. And yet when we don't have enough commissioners from the Valley, they complain. And yet you grew up in the Valley, right? You live in the Valley, correct? Okay. And you're one of the few people who've been fortunate of the Northeast San Fernando Valley to go ahead and break barriers and break glass ceilings and get your Juris Doctorate degree, which you earned on your own. Did anybody ever take those tests for you?
I wish.
You had to do them on your own, right? Absolutely. You had to stand on your own 2 feet and make it happen, and you've done that. And we're very proud of you. I'm proud of you for that. But it's unfortunate the Daily News tried to tarnish the idea that the daughter of a council member who your father actually grew up in the Northeast San Fernando Valley as well, and I'm very proud to serve with him because he's one of my colleagues and also somebody who was a neighbor of mine in the San Fernando Valley. I'm very proud of him for that. But at the same time, the Daily News tried to say that it's a bad thing that you're being considered to be an appointment, yet at the same time they failed to actually recognize the fact of the matter is you are very, very well qualified and very dedicated. And in addition to that, they tried to say something bad about my brother, who also grew up in Pacoima, in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, who also has an engineering degree and a master's degree in business. He also broke ceilings out of the Northeast San Fernando Valley like you have by going to get a higher education. And he happens to have about 18, 20 years of engineering experience, which probably works well in the whole panoply of the kinds of people that you want to have in and around the Board of Public Works. It takes all kinds. Yet at the same time, they try to say something bad about him as well. And in addition to that, they try to say something bad about somebody who currently works and does a phenomenal job for the mayor out in the San Fernando Valley, which is Yolanda Fuentes, who actually grew up in Pacoima as well and got her bachelor's degree and was very well qualified, and she served as a commissioner as well. The three of you have grown up in the Northeast Valley, have been commissioners. You're on your way, I hope, and I expect to be a commissioner because you're well qualified and you deserve the opportunity. I just wanted to take the opportunity to make sure that we set the record straight. Regardless of what the Daily News might think or say and infer, you are very well qualified, not only by the merits of what you've done, but also because of where your heart is. And it takes more than just simple, basic black and white qualifications to do anything well in this world. And you have proven that you're willing to put your heart and soul in your work, in your volunteer work, and you are very well qualified. So congratulations for that. Hold your head up high. And I know you didn't take credence for the Daily News because it was all wrong. But I just want to let you know that we, many of us, are very proud of you, and we stand with you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Zine is our next speaker.
Thank you. I find it interesting we celebrate Latino Heritage Month at the beginning of the council meeting, and now some of the critics come out making comments that aren't real positive about you. I've known you for a long time. Your dad, your mom, daughter, your mom, a former commissioner with the police commission, the fire commission, building and safety, who's here this morning with your daughter, and your dad from the state senate, the city councilman. You come from a family that's concerned about the city of Los Angeles. You come from a community where you received that education, where you had that guidance, where you went on to Georgetown. I remember when you were at Georgetown University. Why are you going back to Washington? Stay here in Los Angeles. And here you are back. You worked for Cruz Bustamante for a period of time, as I recall?
No, maybe confused with Governor Davis.
Pardon me?
Governor Davis.
Governor Davis, okay. I remember there were some state folks.
Governor Davis, Attorney General Bill Lockyer.
Bill Lockyer, okay, Bill Lockyer, okay. A lot of political, so you got a political knowledge, political experience, and you've been a commissioner. So people who want to criticize, whether it's the Daily News or some of the critics, you have well qualified yourself for this position, and you've shown that you have an interest in giving back. So I think you're more than qualified. You've got the educational experience, the background, the support. So I don't know why people would criticize, to be honest with you. You've laid that foundation, you've built that structure, and now you want to help develop to make it better. And you've got a heart and soul for the San Fernando Valley. So wherever you're assigned as a commissioner for Public Works, it's all one big city, and whether it's the LAPD in the Valley or LAPD in South Bureau, they all come together just like we see the firefighters in the time of crisis. So in your position there, I've got great confidence that you'll be as a commissioner, and it is a paid position. It's the only commission-paid position, but it's a demanding job, a demanding responsibility. So I wish you well in that endeavor. I just wanted to acknowledge your mom, who has served on 3 commissions. The fact is, you have a family that's concerned about the city of LA, and you're stepping forward to assume that position. So congratulations. No question you got my vote, and I'm sure it'll be a unanimous vote on behalf of the council. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I just wanted to rise to say that I've known you for quite a while, and that your dad is my friend, and he's a good man, but this is not about him. You've earned this. This is about you, so this will be a pleasure for me to vote yes. You've earned this. This is all about you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wesson. And if there are no other members who wish to be heard, yes, Mr. LaBonge?
I just wanted to follow what Mr. Wesson said. It is absolutely about you. Your resume, your mother, your work, your father, all is important. But it's absolutely about you, and we're counting on you to help the Board of Public Works be a great Board of Public Works. Because there's 2 things that really matter in this city overall. It's public safety and public works. And if you go out to the community, and there's North Hollywood people here who are very concerned about their street and street lighting, that's a big deal for them. And you'll do a great job. And because you went to Loyola Law School, you'll do a greater job. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. If there's nobody else that's thank you again for putting yourself forward yet again for public service and your extraordinary record. And we'll go ahead and open up the roll to the council, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Unanimous vote. Congratulations and welcome aboard. The hard work continues. Thank you. Mr. Labange?
Mr. President, item number 1, if the clerk could call it, it's street lighting.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, that's the last item for the special meeting. Do you
Yes,
wish
we
to
can
adjourn
close
and
the
go back
special
to the
meeting,
regular?
return to the regular meeting. Mr. Labange, are those the cards? Because you should...
These are the cards. If the residents could stand up, and if the clerk could explain, this is just the first hearing. I'm going to ask that this be held by the clerk
Right, it
afterwards.
will continue to be as normal. This is the day for any protests, and it's not voted on today.
Correct.
It's a day scheduled specifically to hear those protests.
And all of them have concerns. We're going to work with the Public Works Department to address their concerns so we can make the right representation of the public who live there on this residential street in North Hollywood.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. And we'll make sure that those are noted and included in the file as well. We appreciate that. Okay? Okay, thank you. We'll read your names into the record just to make sure they're there. That was Jay Goldberg, Glenda Baskin, Mary Garcia, Marie Andros, and Christine Farnan. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your presence. We'll make sure, working with Mr. Labange, that those will be addressed. I think even though we had a call take number 2 next, there's also a request to hold.
And I'm sorry, Mr. President, on item
It's the
number 1,
chair's
just to
discretion.
let, for the record,
Yes, please.
the ordinance will be presented on October 2nd. So
Okay,
if
October
council
2nd,
wishes-
that lighting district will be back before us, okay? So,
Madam Clerk.
Yes.
If we have our meeting out in the community and it's not scheduled before October 2nd, could we, if we have the community meeting and then we have the meeting here, can we continue that October 2nd after it's heard?
Yes, if
yes, sir.
if
Thank you
council
very much.
wishes.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Labange, as committee chair, you have, it's normal that I'll give the discretion to the committee chair. Do you want to take up number 2 next, or did you want to?
Sure.
To wait? I know, Mr. Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Alacon had waste. All right. So we have item number 2 next. Did you want to make some opening comments? So we
Yes,
have
if I could,
quite
if I
a
could ask
stack of.
Recreation and Parks, the Department of Recreation and Parks. I believe the commission president is here. What we have before us is a Arts, Parks, Health and Aging Committee report relative to an agreement with Michael Leslie Productions doing business as Ready Golf Centers for operation and maintenance of the golf carts. What we have before us, Mr. City Attorney, are you the City Attorney of record on this?
Temporarily.
Could you explain what's before the council so they know?
There is a board action, and the councils can either approve it or disapprove it. And it's up to the council whether to disapprove or approve it. There's a Arts Parks report that's before council, a recommendation.
Right, but the approval, members, so we all know, it's either approve the recommendation or reject it, and then it goes back to the commission for their deliberation, correct? And you should get clarification, Mr. City Attorney, because there was a city attorney in committee that stated such.
If council, if the matter is not disapproved by today, then it is deemed approved. Then the commission action is deemed approved. If council either disapproves it, or if council disapproves it, then it gets sent back to the commission.
Great. Let me just ask a question. Mr. President, I don't know whether the Department of Recreation and Parks is here. Mr. Ward is here. Anybody? Oh, Mr. Muckery, Mr. Sanders, thank you. If you want to take the center table, I'm sorry. Okay. Regina Adams, if you wanted to take it, and Ms. Flores, you're the city attorney of record on this. If you want to take the center table. As you know, members, the City of Los Angeles and our park system has golf courses. In our golf courses, we have concessions. In our concessions, we have a golf cart concession. And I believe since 1975, a company that has had a concession with the City of Los Angeles has operated. Since 1991, there was a continuation, and then I believe, if I have my dates correct, and correct me, staff, since 2001, it's been a month-to-month. Unfortunately, the Department of Recreation and Parks has had a challenge of trying to get things on long-term contracts for the good of the city, etc. With that, there was a process. I got to turn it over to Mr. Sanders and Ms. Adams, or representatives of the department, to describe to the city what's before us, and the fact that this was before your commission 3 times in the last 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Labange.
How are you?
It's always an honor to speak with the council. I'd like to make just a few remarks in introducing the subject for my colleagues to give you detailed factual answers to questions that may arise. But in my introduction, what I'm here to say to you is that we at the Recreation and Parks Commission, of course, serve the city, and we serve in accordance with the rules and the laws as adopted by this council and the mayor. So we understand our role within the system. We do consider our role within the system to be, we hope, of value and important in that we can bring to proposals that come before our commission an independent view, and a view in which we can help you in upholding the integrity of the city contracting system when it comes to contract matters. In this matter, which we were judging last spring of 2008 into summer 2008, the question of the golf cart concession, we were reaching a decision concerning the 3rd RFP that had been issued since it went off of contract in 2003. This has been a long and difficult and, for the city, expensive process in seeking to find a new party under contract. In the meantime, the party, Kishi, who had been providing the golf cart service up till 2003, has stayed in place on a month-to-month basis. The matter came before us, as I say, the 3rd RFP, at first in May of 2008. It was a recommendation at the end of this long process to award the contract to Ready Golf Centers. There were concerns that there was insufficient time to review the extensive documentation, concerns expressed by the contracting parties. So we set it over so that there should be no concern about notice, and then we heard it again on June 4. On June 4, we approved the recommendation of staff that it be awarded to Ready Golf. Then, in a subsequent meeting in July, there was a request by the number 3 bidder, Angelus, that we reconsider. We again heard arguments by all the parties, gave it a long time of examination in that meeting, and decided not to reconsider, and therefore it is before you. In this work, our commission, as presently constituted, was following on the work done by prior commissions, prior Recreation and Parks commissions. The process began with an RFP that had been released by a commission in 2003. That RFP was first delayed and then withdrawn because it didn't adequately offer a chance for self-operation by the city. I understand then that in 2005, the management of the department, under the general manager, also instructed staff of the department to begin to do full compliance in terms of having all of our contracting parties not on month-to-month, but on contracts. And with that impetus, again, in 2006, an RFP was released to put this on contract. Proposals were submitted, but all but one were rejected due to a lack of minority outreach. With only one bidder, it was decided by that commission to start over again. So in 2007, this RFP was released. Pursuant to this RFP, the commission, prior commission to ours, adopted 6 criteria, and they were weighted criteria, and it included revenue to the city, it included business plan, it included capabilities. There were 6 criteria, and they were approved by the commission. All bidders, by agreeing to bid, were bidding under this approval mechanism and accepting those. The staff hired a consultant in the usual manner, and the outside consultant then advised the staff on retaining a panel of 5 outside evaluators who would evaluate all the bids on these criteria. These are all qualified people from outside the City of L.A., outside the Recreation and Parks Department of the City of L.A. It is the report of this evaluation commission, as reviewed then by our staff, that came before us in June, that we adopted and then declined to reconsider. I can speak for myself as to my own vote. Our vote was unanimous in doing this adoption, but I suspect I speak for my colleagues in saying that in adopting the recommendation of the staff, we were finding not only that the recommendation made sense from the point of view of the city in terms of selecting the best bidder, but also we were finding that the matter was handled with integrity and that it was a straight-up four-square process done meticulously, and I must say, as I said, with great care and expense by the city to get there. The report was thorough, it was extensive, we examined it carefully, and I can say for myself with certainty, and I can say that I believe it is true, that none of the 5 of us who voted unanimously to do this knew personally any of the bidders. None of us had a dog in this race. So I believe that our commission has acquitted its responsibility to you and to the people of Los Angeles to do this process both with integrity and in a way that is productive and beneficial for the city of Los Angeles. Should our recommendation, not recommendation, but our decision be disapproved today, it will go back to us, and we will then, in accordance with your wishes, proceed to try to handle our golf cart problems as we see best in the future. We do believe that that would entail additional expense and revenue and uncertainty for the city and additional delay on top of the delay we've had since 2003.
Mr. Sanders, thank you. Veronica Salavides, if you could give a CAO report on this.
Good morning, Veronica Salumbidas with the Office of the CAO. Just to pick up on Mr. Sanders' report, the concession agreement is with Michael Leslie Productions, doing business as Ready Golf Centers. The term is 10 years with 1 5-year renewal option at the city's discretion. The concession involves the operation and maintenance of electric golf carts at the city's 7 18-hole golf courses. As Mr. Sanders indicated, to select a contractor for the concession, the department released a request for proposal back in April 2007. And I'm just going to enumerate the 6 criteria that were used. 1 was ability to finance, operate, and sustain the concession. 2nd, qualifications and experience. 3rd, proposed carts and maintenance and replacement plan. 4, vision for concession, including business and marketing plans. 5, financial return to the city in form of rental payments. And lastly, capital improvements. The department received 5 responses to the request for proposal. A first-level review conducted by department staff found that 3 of the 5 proposers were responsive. A second-level review conducted by Economics Research Associate found all 3 responsive proposers to be financially able to provide operational capital financing. A third-level review conducted by the 5-member independent panel was found Ready Golf Centers to be the best proposer and ranked it highest overall. They received a final score of 97 points. Under the terms of the proposed concession agreement, Ready Golf will pay the city 39% of gross revenues from the operation of the electric golf carts. They also committed to invest $100,000 in capital improvements. They will be responsible for all utilities relative to their operation except for water and trash collection. 90% of the revenues generated from the agreement will be deposited into the Recreation and Parks General Operating Fund. 10% will be deposited into the concessions improvement account. There is no additional impact on the general fund, and the CAO recommends approval.
Of the report. And Madam City Attorney, you have anything you want to add to this?
No, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have along the way.
Thank you very much. Ms. Adams, the number one person in the number two role at Recreation and Parks.
Regina Adams, Executive Officer for Recreation and Parks. Also here at the table, I have Robert Morales, who oversees our administrative resources group, and he was our lead in this process and for all of our concession agreements. I would just like to add a couple of things. One, as our Commissioner Sanders has mentioned, what he did not mention to you was that in this process, there are 2 of our 5 commissioners who compose a concession task force, and in this process, for this particular concession, they held at least 6 open public meetings on this matter. So in total, for the full board as well as for the task force, there were a minimum of 8 meetings held on this process. And so everyone was allowed the opportunity to give their input, and also, too, our board took a lot of time in doing this review. Also, every step of the way, we worked very closely with our city attorney representative to make sure that we were in compliance with all of the city policies in this process. When we also were doing this, we also hired 2 consultants to assist us in 2 ways. One, we had an economic consultant to give us their best guess of their projection of economic growth, revenue growth in the golf industry over the next 10 years, which is the term of this proposed contract, as well as we also had an independent panel, as Veronica has mentioned in the CAO report. We also had an independent panel of 5 members from the golf industry to assist in evaluating and reviewing the 3 proposals that were presented to them. What I have passed out to the council is you have the colored chart there before you, which gives a bit of an explanation. Although this contract, proposed contract that's before you today is only with Ready Golf, we have presented information to you regarding Kishi as well. In the charts that's presented to you, first of all, is there anyone who does not have a copy of the chart? Okay. In the chart that we have passed out to you, I'll kind of walk you through it very quickly. When we did this review, we took the information that was presented by the proposers, although there were 3. For this discussion, I'm only going to discuss about 2, Ready Golf and Kishi. What we did was on the first chart on the left side, you see that the revenue that was actual revenue that was the gross revenue amount for the electric golf carts from 2002 to 2008, and you see the 7-year average is about a little over $3.2 million. Then on the right side at the top of the chart on the first page, you see the projection for the next 10 years. Now, what we did here was we received information from the proposers and what they projected the economic growth to be over the next 10 years. Well, with our consultant, our economic consultant, they gave us their projection of 2.5%. So what we did was to try to kind of even this out, because although we took the information from our interview panel, independent panel who did the review, and Ready Golf came out as the number 1 proposer in their recommendation, when we looked at this, we also took into account, because also too, just to let you know, for Recreation and Parks, we have had concessionaires that have not been solvent, and they have gone under while they had a contract with us, and so they no longer were able to provide the services that they were supposed to be providing to the public. So we were very cognizant of that. In our analysis, what we did, we took the 2.5% projected growth over the next 10 years. And also in the RFP proposal, we had given the figure of a little over $3.2 million as an average for the revenue. So you see here on the chart, for year 1, the $3,287,000 figure. So we made that kind of even for both these proposers, for Kishi and Ready Golf. Now, if you look at the bottom of the chart here, you see a red line on the right side. That is the projected growth over the next 10 years. The yellow on the chart is the projection with the numbers that were given to us from Ready Golf, and the green are the numbers for Kishi. And you can see that for Kishi, the numbers are well above that red line. One of the things that we also took into consideration is that we've seen a decline in the annual golf rounds with us, and this is also in the industry. For 2007 and 8, this is a little note at the bottom of this chart. The golf rounds decreased by 4.4%, and the last fiscal year, 2008 and 9, the golf rounds decreased by almost 9%. So with that in mind, as well as the current economic situation, we thought it was very optimistic for the revenue numbers that were given to us by the proposers. For Kishi, exclusively, in their first year projection, they projected a growth of at least about 11%. And so what we did was, so that's why you see on this chart here, you can see the numbers well above our kind of consistent number of 2.5%. If you turn to the second page, what we're trying to show you here is that their projections were given to us of Kishi of rent at 50% and Ready Golf at 39% of revenue back to the city. Again, we kept everyone at the $3.2 million number, but we used the expense numbers that had been given to us by these two proposers. This is just keeping us at the 2.5%. One of our concerns was that when we did this, you'll see that projecting over the 10 years, that it did not appear to us that Kishi could be sustainable. And as I mentioned before, we have had experience with concessionaires not being able to could carry out what they had promised for the city and for the patrons. So what we tried to lay out here is to show that with our analysis, we were a little bit concerned about what had been presented to us. Even though we saw that they had presented 50% revenue, we weren't sure that that was a realistic number that had been given to us. And so that's why we recommended to our board to go with Ready Golf at the 39%. Also, too, a couple of things that we also noted in the proposal that had been given to us by Kishi was that we know that they were not paying their employees the current living wage requirement, the salary that is part of the city ordinance. And that was a big concern for us because we projected that that was going to be at least an additional 40% increase in their salaries that they're currently not paying. We understand this past Tuesday at the Arts Parks Committee, they announced that they are now paying their employees the living wage rate. But for us, they were not doing that before. And we also found that there were for us, we could only found that there were about 2 employees that had been paid the living wage rate. So in their proposal, we did not see that they had accounted for an additional 40% increase in their salaries, and they also didn't put in there a management fee for themselves. Now, of course, that is their discretion if they're going to do that, but we also thought that that might be a concern. And so for us, presenting this information to our board and working very closely with the city attorney's office, that is why we have presented the recommendation to move forward with a contract to Ready Golf. But I also would like to add, this is not on us as far as to knock either proposal, because we currently have, of course, contract and experience with both proposers. This is not the first contract that we have with Ready Golf either, but we just wanted to try to do our due diligence in doing the analysis that we thought was appropriate to present to our board so that they could make their decision.
Ms. Adams, thank you very much, and I think that's what this council wants out of Recreation and Parks in their analysis here. This was it's a long time coming, and a constant complaint, and I'm not a golfer, but our golf carts are not to the quality that we want. If we want to have people enjoy the facilities, and golf does pay for other recreational uses, and other recreational uses are being challenged right now because of the serious budget crisis. This is a matter that is before us. I appreciate Kishi for all the work they've done throughout the years, but the time has come for an analysis, and analysis has been made. As you may recall, this was before our recess break. We heard this in our committee. Ms. Hahn was in committee at the time. It was 2 members at the time and recommended approval at the time. When it came to council, because of a lot of questions, I sent it back to committee knowing full well that I would have as chair, and thank you, Mr. Garcetti, for the appointment to the chair of Arts and Parks, 2 new members. I wanted them to hear it. Mr. Reyes has abstained because he still has some questions, but we hope you could answer. Mr. Weston approved it, but also has still questions to have answers. Members, I just know right today, if we do not approve this, it will go back to their commission, and it will be many, many months, if not a year, which is unfortunate, but a legal process to go out and try to get another company to operate. If there is legal minimum livable wage that has been installed, it should be installed right now for all employees who work there, not just one or two, but all. If it is, it goes back to commission, which I hope it doesn't. I would like to see it approved and move forward. We should work to try to buy carts now and whatever it is, because it's too long a process. There's a great frustration in that those who play golf, who have called my office and left messages to say, make a decision to move forward with this. Members, I recommend as your committee, after listening to Ms. Adams, Mr. Sanders, and Veronica, who's a great CAO, that we go forward with this, and I ask for an aye vote, and I thank you, Mr. President.
We have a long list of folks on the queue, starting with Mr. Zine, Ms. Perry, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Cardenas, and then Mr. Parks. So
Thank you, Mr. President. If you could hold my time. And I will publicly state I have never been lobbied so hard on an issue in 8 years as a city council member. I have been lobbied by both sides. Both sides have spent a lot of money on lobbyists on this particular subject. I am not a golfer. I pass the golf course and look at the ducks out there and keep on going. But as far as this particular RFP, this particular project, I don't know about my colleagues, but I find it interesting that there's so much lobby interest in this particular endeavor for golf carts. You know, if you're talking about police cars and helicopters and fire trucks, for golf carts. So I don't know what the hidden agenda is, but I question why so many lobbyists are involved. And I'm not going to name them. They're nice people. They have a job to do. But both sides have spent a lot of time and money on lobbyists. How much did it cost to do the reviews, Mr. Sanders, that you discussed?
I'll defer to Robert Flores on terms of...
If please hold my time, Mr. President.
Thank you. Rob Morales, Recreation and Parks. It costs approximately $100,000 to $200,000 with staff time, expense, and equipment in order to do a request for proposal process.
$100,000 we spent doing analysis.
Yes.
Does that include the city time or just outside?
At city time and consultant time, as well as expense, printing up everything, newspaper ads.
So we spent $100,000 to come to this point.
Yes.
And I have great confidence in you, Mr. Sanders, and the respect that I have for you and your commission. I don't question anything that you brought forward. The issue of not paying a living wage, how do we let a contractor that contracts with the City of Los Angeles go for so many years without paying a living wage? How do we let that happen?
I can answer that question. John Mucker, General Manager of Recreation and Parks. When I took over the department in 2005, I did a complete analysis of all our contracts and found out that the majority of our contracts were out of compliance, meaning that they had all expired and they were on month to month. Those contracts were all enacted long before the living wage, so none of them had provisions for the living wage. All new contracts have living wage ordinance laws in them.
But even if it's on a month-to-month, why wouldn't they be required to comply with the living wage that we press upon the community of Los Angeles?
The month-to-month is on the same terms and conditions of the original contract. It's not renegotiated.
So that's the escape for them. So
Correct.
for all these years, they haven't paid living wage to the employees.
Well, not just them, but those are any contract that was executed before the living wage ordinance.
And then the other question, someone showed me a sign, cash only, no credit cards, no checks. For all these years, collecting this fee, and what does a golf cart run?
$24 around.
Okay, so $24, hundreds of golf carts, etc. So they've collected $24 for all these years, cash only. They collect no checks, no credit cards, no check, no credit card. And there's a sign, City of Los Angeles, cash only, no check, no credit card. So they've collected thousands of dollars over these years, cash only, and they give us what they say is due us? How have we managed to do this in a manner that breeds possible theft? I'm not saying, I'm accusing, I'm just saying possible theft.
There is some truth in what you're saying. Recall that this contract went back a number of years, long before there was electronic point of sale. And we didn't have it in our system either. So I cannot go back in the minds of the people that executed this contract at the time. I can only go forward. We are not allowing any new vendor to collect fees and give us their accounting when they provide a service to our patrons. We will now start collecting those fees at our starters window.
Do we ever do an audit? Have we ever done an audit to see how much was collected versus how much we received?
We do have an audit that's ongoing. It's in the early stages, but I have to caution everybody in all fairness to the people we audit, even when I'm audited, when we do our findings, we then give these findings to the person we're auditing. They have a chance to rebut them, come back, provide the information that was lacking, long before we come out with the audit finding. So yes, we do an audit. We have an ongoing audit right now with the Kishi, and we expect that to be wrapped up in about 30 days.
And then we will find out what the audit reveals. But for all these years, and I'm not accusing anyone, I'm just saying that when you have cash and you determine how much cash is coming in and they give the city what they think the city's share is, that to me is not a real good way of doing business.
You're preaching to the choir. I've come in front of this council many times and tell you, although cash is king, I do not like cash business.
And are they going to change it to accept credit card and checks?
We're going to have credit cards, checks, and cash, but we're going to collect it, and you'll get a receipt at the starter window.
Do they get a receipt now?
I cannot tell you on all of the golf courses now. That will be coming out in the audit.
Okay, because it just amazes me, all the lobbying, all the effort, and all the opportunity for millions upon millions of dollars that can't be accounted for, and hopefully the audit will show that it's all righteous, but we shouldn't lead people into temptation. I think what happens is we do lead people into temptation when we give them cash, and you pay us what you think we get.
Again, that's why we're recompeting this contract, putting in the controls to safeguard the city, to maximize the revenue. And I want to go on the record, I'm not accusing anybody right now.
I'm not either. I'm just
malfeasance.
saying it creates suspicion. As a cop for 41 years, it creates suspicion in my mind.
I agree.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And with respect to the issue that Mr. Zine just raised, and John, you know, you and I go around quite a bit on some of the activities that have taken place in the park, and I just want to say something. If, in fact, there was cash taken from the customers, I believe that the vendor only follows what the city allows them to do. Okay? And it's not as if they set up a standard of practice. They do what the city allows them to do. If the city had a problem with it, the city could have stopped it without an audit through just sheer management direction. We have an example of that down there at South Park with the aerobics class, where the clients were going in there and paying cash, and there was some question as to where the money was going, and within your own department, it was decided that you'd establish a card system, and that got rid of the problem. Same situation could apply here. So I don't like the implication. I don't like the innuendo that somebody was doing something on their own without direction or oversight by the city.
May I respond?
Yes. Please hold my time.
Because I actually agree with you. The contract terms and conditions were agreed to long before we had electronic point of sale. We need to strengthen not only our controls, but to help any of the vendors who we do business with so that they are not open to any scrutiny of this type.
Well,
so I agree with you.
Yeah, and vendors basically do what they're told by the city. They don't act on their own. They don't decide, oh, I think I'm going to pay cash, and then somebody else uses a credit card. Okay, so let's just make that real clear on the record. This is a family-owned business. This is a woman-owned business. They were on a month-to-month agreement, and as you said, these contracts were established long before living wage was put into place as a policy in the city, and that probably provides a substantive explanation as to why living wage was not required. That doesn't mean we can't go back if this situation changes and then look on a going forward basis to apply the policies that are in effect now. Now, they're on a month-to-month agreement now, which is why there has not been the investment in new golf carts, because they need a long-term contract, a commitment from the city to be able to obtain the financing to get the new equipment. So I also wanted to make that very clear. This is a vendor that has been in business since Mayor Bradley was in office, and they have had a long-standing relationship as the sole provider of golf cart rentals for the city of Los Angeles. Now, they give approximately 40% of their gross revenue from the rental income derived from the carts to the city now. Under the RFP proposal, they offered up to 50% of the rental income derived from golf cart rentals to the city. Now, with us facing the difficult financial times that we face now, and the Department of Recreation and Parks scrambling for every dime that it can to continue to fund the programs that we do have, I have a hard time making sense as to why it would be effective to cut approximately $400,000 plus a year from the department's budget through this RFP process, which I have an issue with because it de-emphasizes experience. The criteria and point system, I would argue, were not in the best interest of the city because they de-emphasized amount of rent remitted to the city and the experience of the service provider. Given the length of time provided to the city by this provider, I would argue that they would have come out in front and not with even a close second, but it seems as if they did. Now, Mr. President, what I'd like to do, if that's possible, there are a lot of cards here, and I know there's some for, some against. I hope that they can be given a very small amount of time, because it has been through committee, maybe 30 seconds each, something like that, just for those who wish to speak without being repetitive or redundant, but for people who have information that is new that they can add for the entire council to hear. If we could have your indulgence, I would appreciate it.
Ninth District, I think we had it in committee, but if we should do it here, it should be 5 minutes on either side,
It's
and I
fine
think
either way.
everybody
Fine
should
either
have
way.
1 minute each.
Well, why don't you let them divide it up however they want to divide it up. But that's fine either way. I just think, and of course, you're one of the greatest proponents for letting people speak. And so I know you agree that people should be given the opportunity to speak in whatever way they want to configure it or whatever way the president directs them. But just some opportunity for them to put their
Okay, we have a
point on the
motion
record.
for 5 minutes each side.
I think 5 minutes each side, and however they want to do that.
Mr. Cardenas?
Agree with that with only one caveat. Since some council members have had an opportunity to speak on this on the first go-round, and we all get up to, I hope not, up to 3 times per person, I have pushed my button. I would prefer to have the opportunity to speak like some of my colleagues did before the public comment. So perhaps we can open it up for public comment once you, Mr. President, see that the number 1 button pushers have all spoken, and we're now going to go to round 2. So between that, to have the public.
Is there any objection to that?
No, there's
I'm
no
comfortable with
objection.
that.
No objection.
Okay.
So I was going to press my button.
So we'll go through everybody for the first time, then we'll move to the first speakers. That'll give time if folks are organized into the for and against sides. We have 10 cards from each, and then we have a couple that are neither for nor against necessarily. The ones that are for and those that are against, if you want to organize yourselves, I'm happy to divide that 5 minutes however you best want to do that, whether it's somebody for 2 minutes, somebody for 3. Otherwise, if there's no consensus on that, I'm going to go straight through the cards as we received them, 1 minute each, the first 5 in each pile. But that'll give you some time while we're talking to the other council members. Mr. Alarcon is our next speaker, then Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Parks, and Mr. Wesson. Mr. Alarcon. Alarcon, yeah.
Yes,
And then
council
Cardenas.
members, quite often when the department presents their findings on a competitive process, they go through the process and you really don't get a sense of what the substance is. And I think that's what's happening here, is the department has presented a case based on process, but to me, there's a fundamental issue that I just can't be resolved with. We are offering a 10-year contract to a company that has never managed a golf cart. That's insane. Would we offer a 10-year contract for domestic violence services to somebody that's never treated a domestic violence victim? Would we offer a street paving project to a company that has never paved a street? Offering a 10-year contract to a company that has never managed a golf cart is like throwing your responsibility right out the window just because somebody said they went through a process. Now, I did analyze with my staff the process and looked at it, and I said, they're comparing apples to oranges. They're saying 39% is better than 50% profit. How the heck do you draw that conclusion? This is a joke. So I don't know how we got to this point. I do not know how we allowed this existing contractor to struggle for so many years with a month-to-month contract at the cost of the golfers who have to ride some carts that are in some cases dangerous, but I don't want to go there. But the point is, they haven't been able to install new carts because they got a month-to-month contract. As Jan Perry was saying, you can't do the investment if you don't have the steady stream of income. You cannot get the financing, particularly in this market. I challenge that Ready Golf won't get the financing. But I also challenge that the revenue that is backing up this company is not the company's cash. It is the personal money of the owner. You cannot do that. How do we know that that money is going to be readily available for the company to use? We don't know that. But that is what you are recommending to us. To put that you're giving him, his net worth is backing a company that is separate from his personal finances. That is not the way to do business. Kishi has been providing service. Now, if their condition has not been the quality that we desire, it's only because we're giving them a month-to-month contract. We need to move forward with a contract that will get the carts as quickly as possible. I don't want to see another RFP. That's ridiculous. I want to see us move forward, but let's get to the next generation. So I am making a proposal that we extend a 5-year contract to Kishi to transition us to a new place. And that new place will be that we reject the current proposal from the Commission. We direct them to, or ask them to establish a contract with Kishi for a 5-year period to allow them, directing them to reinvest in the carts and all the other stuff that get the best agreement we can, but also to explore the feasibility of in 5 years transitioning to either a self-operated operation or looking at the county system to see how they do it, and transition us into a better place. We're not going to do it through the RFP process. That's obvious. We've done it 3 times. We got nothing. But for us to tell the golfers of Los Angeles that you're going to rely on a company that's never done it before, believe me, I don't think there's a golfer in the world that would take that bet. Not at the expense of 10 years and millions of dollars. I think we ought to, if we do nothing else, we got to redo this whole thing.
Is there a second on that?
There's a second from Ms. Perry. Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker. Mr. Cardenas?
It's so simple.
Thank you very much. I was just complimenting Councilmember Alarcón that was a heck of a job putting together his arguments very well, even though I disagree with most of the points. It was very, very well done. I'm being sincere. That was very good. But let's clarify some of these things. Did the city ever tell the current operator, Kishi, to only take cash? Did the city, obviously they allowed them to. Jan Perry clarified that very well, and it's good that she did that, and so did the department. But did the department tell them only take cash?
No.
No. So they chose to utilize that option and confine themselves to only cash, not credit cards, checks, or any other electronic means that is available, certainly today and over the last few years. How many times did this process go out to bid, speaking to some of the points that Alarcón just very eloquently pointed out? How many times has this process gone out to bid that has, by default, had Kishi on a month-to-month for years and years?
In the past few years, this is the 3rd time. And even
over how many years approximately? Round it off to the nearest number.
Starting in 2003.
2003.
Starting in 2003, this is the 3rd time.
And we're in 2009.
Correct.
So for 6 years, the department and the commission have been trying to get this into a permanent vendor so that whoever that is could reinvest in carts and all that and make it more modern and pay the modern wage that is now a requirement, et cetera, right?
Yes, and even in this last process, we took it out twice because the first time around there was only appeared to be one vendor, one proposer that made it through the first round, and so we took it out again to open it up so that we could get more competition.
That one was not. Now, was
that one was not Kishi nor Ready Golf.
Okay. So when it was pulled back, it didn't necessarily involve Kishi or Ready Golf as far as that point that you just made?
Correct.
Okay. So there's no consistence of bias in this process that anybody could legitimately point to? correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would say that let's go to this chart, because that's a phenomenal question. How in the heck does 39% beat 50% on a proposal? I'm just an engineer. I might know just a little bit about percentages and numbers, but I'm a little bit blown away. So please, department, tell us how that came about. My time. Thank you.
Would you like for me to respond? Okay.
Yes, that was a real
First
question.
of all, 39% could never beat 50%. We know that. What we based this upon was our previous experience with concessioners and trying to make sure that for the service that we're trying to provide to the public, that we were going to hopefully be able to continue for the 10-year term to be able to provide that service. Yes, we recognize 50% is larger than 39%. And yes, we know that people have told us, and of course look at the numbers, that it looks like it's at least about $400,000 per year over a 10-year period of $4 million. What we were looking at and what we presented to you in our analysis is that we project that with the numbers that had been presented to us by Kishi, that over the 10-year term that they would be approaching almost a $4 million deficit and potentially could not be solvent at the end of the 10-year term. That is what we based this upon.
So basically, let me ask you this way. When somebody gives a proposal and they give us projected numbers, which are not real numbers, they're just hopes or dreams or expectations or hopefully substantiated numbers, when they give us numbers, is the department obligated in such a bid process to double check and see if those numbers are substantiated or not, or can be substantiated?
In our experience, and also just to let you know, for myself, I have 10 years experience in the CAO's office. We do an analysis. We don't just take what's presented to us, and I don't want anyone to think that that's what we've done. We looked at what was presented to us by our independent panel that conducted the interviews of the three proposers, but we also went a step further. And as I stated, we worked very closely with our our city attorney representative every step of the way, and there were many public hearings about this process.
Okay. You said that 39% could never beat 50%, yet you're recommending the 39% bid. So are you basically saying the percentage on the proposal doesn't necessarily mean that the taxpayers and the owners of the golf course are going to end up with more money based on the 50% versus 39%, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So how is that coming about? I'm looking at this chart and I see a yellow graph that is lower than the green graph, and then I see this red line going through that kind of sort of follows pretty accurately the yellow graph. Can you explain to me how that came into play and how that makes any sense or relevancy in our decision?
On this graph, the red line represents our projection of a 2.5% potential revenue growth over a 10-year term. The yellow on the graph projects the projections that were given to us by Ready Golf, which you see are pretty near our projections, and the green represents the projections that the revenue projections that were given to us by Kishi. And that was our concern. Although the first thing was, over a 10-year term, they projected over a 40% revenue increase. And the first year out, they projected at least about 11% revenue growth. And based upon our analysis, we did not see how that was potentially realistic based upon the annual rounds, golf rounds that we're seeing a decrease in, as well as for what our economic consultant presented to us. And also, the CAO's office did their analysis. So we thought this was maybe an optimistic projection that had been given to us.
Now, optimistic, maybe optimistic to the point where not realistic? Based on the facts of the consultant and the projections by somebody. I'm assuming this consultant doesn't have an axe to grind with either company or what have you.
No, this is just an economic consultant who also was able to give us their best guess for the golf industry.
Okay. Now, is it an educated guess or just a guess? I mean, this consultant, did they just go willy-nilly, or they're going based on facts and figures and trends in the golf industry or what have you? How did they come up with this red line?
If we had received something that we thought had been willy-nilly, we wouldn't have used that. We would have gone to another consultant. But we did, to the best of our ability, we tried to do our analysis as well as what we have been presented to us. As I stated, from what we had received from our consultants, we did not just take everything that was given to us. We also tried to look further into help assisting us in doing our analysis to what we were going to present to our board.
So are you describing perhaps a double and third checking of making sure that you base your decision on more factual information and backed up information versus just information that's coming from an interested party?
Yes, council members, we looked at this backwards and forwards to the best of our ability.
Okay. Who owns the golf courses?
Department of Recreation and Parks, the city.
And who owns the city?
The residents.
The residents, the people of Los Angeles.
Yes.
So the people, we're talking about what we're going to do with the people's business, right? Okay.
Correct.
Now, please tell me, how is the city golf cart usage at our city facilities compared to county facilities and other municipally owned facilities around Southern California?
Golf cart utilization right now is at 24% per, it's also agreed upon in Keisha.
24%, let me put it in layman's terms. 24% is out of 100 golfers, 24 out of 100 are using our golf carts on our city courses?
Correctly.
Okay.
Correct. County of LA and City of Long Beach are both at 35%.
That's 35 people out of every 100 golfers that show up?
Correct.
Use the golf carts on those facilities?
Correct. Our studies indicate that at 50% rent and 24% cart utilization, if we raise that up to the County of LA and City of Long Beach through a good business plan, good business operation, that the rental return is equal. So if we're able to exceed 35%, we're actually getting more money back based on 39% with a good, solid business plan.
Okay, why do you keep saying good, solid business plan? Are you trying to say that,
This is the
that
request-
it was determined by the department and the commission that one plan was a better, solid business plan than the other?
Well, we're not saying that. We sent this out to an independent evaluation panel to review the proposals made up of industry experts in the golf industry. They unanimously selected Ready Golf as number one in business proposal criteria, Angeles Management as second, and Kishi as third in business plan. This is a request for proposal where, in essence, going in business with a business. So we want to make sure they have a good, solid business plan in order to grow and exceed steady current revenue. That's all right. Thanks.
Anybody else want to clarify that?
Yeah.
The microphone.
Yes,
a little closer.
there were, as we mentioned before, the consultants and the evaluators were asked to evaluate each of the bidders on 6 criteria. And these criteria were in the original RFP and were accepted by all the bidders. And as to one of them was rent, and in fact, Kishi came out number one on that. So there's no question that they were given credit, in essence, for their higher rent proposal. Also among those was qualifications and background, going to Councilmember Alarcon's point, and they came out number one on that. But in the others, the Ready Golf people came out well ahead of them, the other criteria being ability to finance, proposed carts maintenance and replacement plan, business plan, and capital improvements. So then when they are aggregated, it turns out that Ready Golf came out not only number one, but number one by a goodly distance, 485 to 440 in the measurements. So that there was due consideration given to the higher percentage proposal, given to the greater experience, and then given to the other 4 criteria. And that's why when the Commission looked at these, it accepted the aggregate recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll push my button again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parks is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asked to hold my time. I'm going to run through my list of questions. Thank you. Let me just ask a couple of questions. Is that in looking at the process, what I was amazed at is some of the inconsistencies. We get the chart today that shows an analysis of projected income, and I'm assuming this is income as opposed to would it include the city's percentage, and it's analyzed. But then in reviewing all the reports, it didn't appear we had an analysis of the business plan, but yet the business plan was given so much weight for a business, for a individual who's never been in business. And I just need to know, did we analyze the business plan as thoroughly as we've done these numbers?
Yes, yes, staff did review the business plan of all the operators, and while Ready Golf doesn't have specific golf cart experience per Michael Bernbach, the primary owner of Ready Golf, Michael Leslie Productions, he has hired experience from several other golf courses.
He has what now?
Has hired experience. He has hired concession managers with extensive...
As far as in golf carts?
With the golf cart experience, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And he has extensive business experience within the last 9 years as the Sepulveda golf range. So he has a good understanding of working with the city, working in municipal golf.
And how many carts does he run?
He had... Pardon?
How many carts? You said he's got this...
No carts, sir. He has Sepulveda driving range.
He has a driving range?
Yes, sir.
So do you use carts on a driving range?
No, sir.
Okay. So the cart business that we have an RFP on, how much experience does he have in that?
Michael Bernbach, none.
None?
No, but he has hired approximately 24 years worth
But
of
isn't
experience.
a business plan, if written, gives you a projection of what you think you can do with the business? Don't we relate it also back to what the practical experience that would drive that plan?
Yes, the business plan is made up of marketing, as well as advertising, as well as background experience, and as well as a lot of the projections that are made.
But did he tie it into any practical experience?
He did, in knowing that what the golfers
As far as
wanted.
carts, did he drive?
Not to carts, but to golfers and the golf course and the municipal golf
But
system.
a business plan is tantamount to making a very good term paper.
I'll share the question, sir.
Saying, is that, I mean, you write a really good term paper is what a business plan is, if you have no practical experience.
No, it's a real plan to operate a real business.
I know, but if you have no practical experience, how does it become a real plan?
Councilmember, I think within the plan, they have specific people mentioned. They have actually hired expertise from other golf courses. We've met these people. We know these people. They've given us their resumes. They have extensive years in actually running golf carts. Many of them have run a single golf concession with over 100 golf carts, and there were 4 individuals that we had that we spoke to. So even though Michael Bernbach personally does not have that experience, he satisfied the requirement by hiring experts in the field.
So he sublet a contract before he got it?
No, he did not sublet anything. It's much like when we go out for a consulting contract, when we ask for a service, and the firm sends to us a number of resumes of people that would be working on the project. In this case, he did the same thing. He said, if I am successful in this offer, these people will be running the golf concessions, and here are their qualifications.
Did they compete for the RFP? Would they have been given the RFP, being that they had such expertise?
Not as an individual. Recall, these are people who actually run golf cart operations. Michael Bernbach is running the entire concession. So each one of the golf courses will have an expert from other golf courses who have actually run golf cart operations.
Okay. Let me just ask, when you look at the scores from the raters, did you get any sense that they were skewed in the fact that for a person that's never been in the business, they got nearly a perfect score? They averaged 97%.
I'm not sure 97.
At least in my book, it shows 97, where the person that's been in business for 40 years has an average of 88%.
There's the 6 criteria. I can go down.
The thing is, if you look at the scores, the overall scores, when they compared the 3, was 97, 88, and 83.
I'm looking at a different piece of paper. The piece of paper I have here does not indicate a skewing.
Okay. Do you see the overall scores for the raters? You had to look at some overall score to make a decision.
Well, that's correct. 5 independent raters look at proposals against the 6 criteria. They do not look at proposals against proposals against proposals.
I know, but again, let me go back. The raters gave the number 1 person a 97, a near perfect score, based on their evaluation and the fact that this individual has never done the business. I'm just trying to figure out, how do you get to be near perfect?
I'm sorry, Councilman, I don't have that specific report. I have raw numbers. Veronica.
Somebody has to have had a number.
Council member,
They were number one.
if I may, Veronica Salumbides with the CAO. Actually, the 97, the final average score is based on the 6 criteria. So qualifications is actually just one of 6.
I'm saying
So
the overall score of 97.
97 points is a final general average.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
it's of the 6 criteria that was indicated in the RFP.
That's what I'm saying. 97%, they gave that person a near perfect score on the 6 criteria. Is that what you just said?
That's correct,
Okay,
Council
so
member.
they got a nearly a perfect score on the 6 criteria, and they've never been in business before.
Because qualifications and experience is 20% out of 100. The 5 other criteria are ability to finance, propose
I understand
cards.
that, but they got a 97 on the 6 criteria.
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
a near perfect score,
Yes.
even though they've never been in that business before. Is that right?
Council member, again,
No,
these were...
Answer my question. They got a 97 on the 6 criteria, near perfect score, even though they've never been in the business before.
That may be the case, yes.
No, not maybe.
And-
Is that the case? Is it 97?
Yes, that is the case. But also, too, I would just like to add that these were independent panel members that are from the golf industry who conducted the interviews. And so
But
if
you
this
use
is how...
those scores to make your judgment.
I beg your pardon?
You use those scores to make your judgment.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you one other thing. What is the ethnicity and the gender breakdown of your raters?
Evaluators?
We have that.
I know.
I don't know if we have that information.
Sorry. None of us were at the
Pardon?
interview. None of us were at the interviews.
You have to speak in the mic.
I'm sorry, but none of us were at the interviews. Other staff.
We're not at the
Somebody hired
interviews.
them,
We
right?
don't know.
Who hired them to be raters?
Our economic consultant
Okay.
hired the individual panel members.
All right. And then is the economic, you said facilitator?
They facilitated along with staff.
Are they the ones that made an assessment that all of the proposers had the wherewithal to do the business financially and structurally? Did they make that judgment?
They submitted their names and their resumes to the department.
I'm saying, when they did the Economic Research Associates, did they determine that all 3 proposers were financially able to provide the startup, the cost, the operational cost, and the financial capital improvement?
Yes.
So they viewed them all equal? Or did they make some judgment between them?
They had to rank them.
Pardon?
They had to rank and score them.
Okay, so how did the Economic Research Association rank the 3 proposers?
Well, it wasn't ERA that ranked them. It was the individual 5 panel members.
No, but I'm saying, the Economic Research Association, as part of your report, stated that they determined that all 3 were financially able to provide the startup costs, the operational costs, the financial, and the capital improvement. So all
Correct.
3 of them were on equal footing by your own...
Well, it was a finding.
Pardon?
It was
Yes.
a finding, yes.
It was the what?
They all met the minimum
That's what I'm
requirements.
saying.
Yes.
So they put them on equal footing.
Yeah.
Okay, then your 5 raters separated them.
Correct.
And their 5 raters gave them, one person, almost a perfect score. So that's the inconsistency if you have a outside independent research association say they're all on the same footing, and then you have 5 members that rate them significantly different. That's why I asked the first question, did you see some skewing in the reporting?
We didn't see any skewing.
Okay, so you thought it was appropriate from your 5 raters to say a 97 on the 6 criteria of near perfect score you viewed was an appropriate score for someone who's never done the business.
It was a score from an independent panel of 5.
I know, but when your department assessed that, did you view that was an appropriate score, or did it cause you any concern?
Council member, since we were not involved in the interviews from these panelists, there would have been no way for us to go back and to guess as to what
didn't want you to
they
guess, but I
were
think if you
thinking
read
and
it-
how they did their
I
scoring.
don't want you to guess, but if you read it, would it cause you some concern that if you knew the background and someone had never had the experience, they got a near perfect score?
No, it did not cause us any concern because also, too, we don't know besides the 6 criteria that they were given to base their scoring on and the weight that they were told that was in this RFP, we also know that because there was experience from both Ready Golf and Kishi, and actually for the 3 proposals, Angeles has no experience either. But it was how the panel did it, what they were thinking, we can't comment.
No, but you looked at their end product and you used it as a basis of your scoring.
Yes, we did.
Okay. And so would you use the same criteria you're selecting personnel? If you said they had a 90 near perfect score but no experience, you just take the oral board's process and not question it?
Well, I can only comment as the way the city operates. That's possible.
I know, I'm saying, would you do that?
Yes, yes.
So you would
because
select
also
someone,
too, because
even
I
though you
might
have a
rely
rule of
on.
scores, you'd select someone with no experience just because someone else put them on a list.
I will just say this: in this process for the city, it's open to anyone who meets the criteria to apply. And that's what happened in this situation as well. I know that the comment has been made previously about Ready Golf not having experience with golf carts. But for this process, that is a possibility because it's an open competition. And so that is a possibility that people, just because they may not have experience right now, that they won't be able to carry out the job.
But isn't the role of the department supposed to be looking out for the interest of the city? So when they pull all this together, you're giving us the best proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Park.
Yes, and I think that's what we certainly made every effort, and I think successfully, to do here. The system of bringing in outside people, I think, is really the gold-plated way to go about evaluating bids. And as to how each of the outside people engages in it, provided that they're qualified, is something that the people at the table here can't answer how they did it. But we know that these were people highly qualified to do it. And certainly from the point of view of the Commission, who sees this product when it comes in as a package to us, we looked back and saw that this was professionally done and in accordance with the entire RFP process the city uses throughout. I do think one could raise questions such as I think Council Member Alarcon that have alluded to, is whether RFP processes are always the best way to go about things. But it's the way we're required to go about things with more than a 3-year contract. And it looks to me like turning this over to experts who are independent, don't know the bidders, hold them to criteria that you established in the first place, along with weighting that you established in the first place, so that the bidders each sign on for the set of criteria and sign on for that weighting, is the best we can do for the city. And I think we did a good job here.
Yeah, I just agree with you, Mr. Sanders, on one thing. I think we put it out to experts, but I think we put in your hands and the general manager's hands ability to assess what is accurate and what is fair, and looking at the material, because the folks that came here and did the criteria and left have no responsibility to the city, nor can we tap them on the shoulder and say, you did a very good job for us.
You're right, and we accept that responsibility. And I think we can say that it looks fair to us, and it looked fair to us, which is why we voted for it. We were looking at it to see if it had integrity, if it followed the rules, and we got specific assurance from City Attorney that it did, and if it was right as a kind of conclusion. And here we see a conclusion where on 4 out of 6 criteria, the number 1 was number 1. And number 1 by a goodly distance. And when we look even at revenue projections by each of these players, where in fact Kishi got credit for being number 1, they're just projections, and they're based not only on the realisticness of the business plan, which these same people dealt to be the least realistic, these people did, but also it's based on the fact that you're projecting not only golf cart usage, where we're way below competing golf operations, but also the financial impact we have if golf carts are discouraging golfers from giving us greens fees. We think that in the cart operation that we've had going for some years now, we've not only been losing golf cart revenue, we've been losing greens fee revenue because people avoid our courses. So we think that this is very reasonable in view of the players that we're bidding.
Okay. Let me ask, do you think that the fact that this company is on a month-to-month...
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I'm going to have to ask you to press your very last question and then press your button, please, again.
Do you think that the fact that this company was on a month-to-month may have impacted their investment in golf carts?
Yes, but look at the decision that's before us. The only real decision before us is whether it goes back to us in the Commission to be back on month-to-month for an untold amount of future time. That is the worst financial result for the city.
But that was a decision by the department, not the vendor.
But it's where we are today.
Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I want to say that Mr. Muckery knows that I have the highest respect for all of the city departments, and Barry, you know I have the greatest respect for you as well. And I can't think of any other department that I would say that I have more respect for. With that said, I am kind of troubled by this entire discussion. And Mr. Cardenas, I kind of disagree with you on one thing, because part of what Richard was saying made some sense, where he questioned the whole policy as to how we do this. I was fortunate enough to be appointed to Mr. Labange's committee by Mr. Garcetti, because I love this stuff. I mean, I truly do, but I have just a few questions that I kind of want to get into. Now, and stop me when I'm wrong, when I go to a course in Los Angeles County, I go to one window.
That's correct.
I pay for my green fee to actually play, and I also pay right there my cart fee.
That's correct.
Now, when I go, and then, no, I'll go this way. When I go to the city of Los Angeles, I come in and I go to the starters area, and I pay for my green fee. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, who works the starters area? Are they part of a concessionaire?
The City of LA employees.
So those are city employees. Now, if I went to the pro shop because I wanted to go on the driving range and hit some balls, am I paying city employees there?
You'd buy your tokens from a concessionaire.
Okay, so now let's say I'm getting a little hungry, and I go to the restaurant and I get a turkey on wheat with mustard. Is that city employees or?
That'd be a separate concessionaire.
Okay, so already that's two different concessionaires.
That's correct.
Okay, now I go get my golf cart. That's another concessionaire.
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned, Ms. Adams, that there's a management fee that is within the rights of the concessionaire to charge, correct?
Correct.
So that's right. So that means at the county courses, we have at least 3 concessionaires, or is it more?
County?
I'm sorry, the city.
The city, you could have at least 3.
And maybe more?
No more than 3 for the
Okay, but
for
in
golf.
essence, we have 3 concessionaires, and you have 1 city employee component.
That's correct.
So we're paying 3 management fees in comparison to the county of Los Angeles, because when they lease out their golf operation, they bring in 1 entity who then selects who they believe to be the best food vendor, who they believe to be the best manager of the carts, who they believe to be the best manager of a driving range. I mean, isn't that basically the way that...
That's correct. They would hire a company such as American Golf to run their golf courses, but we do not pay a management fee to anybody. Well, what the management fee in question is, in their own internal operations, are they paying themselves a salary, so to speak?
Okay, that's okay, but to me it just doesn't make sense.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Because I have to walk all over the course before it's actually time for me to get on the tee. Now, what concerns me is not Kishi, is not Ready Golf. What concerns me is that I think we in the city of Los Angeles need to consider the need for change, and that maybe all of these contracts don't make sense.
I could not agree with you more.
Okay, I got to ask you a couple of more questions.
And then I'll call Mr. Reyes as our next speaker.
Okay, and is the city attorney still here? Where is she?
Right over here. Right there. Right there, right there.
Here she comes. Okay. Now, and again, I haven't made up my mind, but if you listen to this debate, and Barry, really hear me on this, I'll try to explain it to the best of my ability, and John, listen as well. When you hear this debate, the biggest argument, the biggest component is that it's hard for any of us to wrap our arms around the fact that we would give a contract to someone where they're going to give us 39% of the revenue compared to 50% of the revenue. So, I mean, that is the biggest challenge that you faced since 12 o'clock.
Right.
Now, it's my understanding that the beginning of this process, this Ready Golf gave 3 options of how much income we would get. One of the options, I think, was 34, 35%. One was 39%, and the other was 69%,
I can ask you to wrap up, Mr. Wesson.
61%. Now, why did we reject? Because if it were 61%, then the argument couldn't have been made countering your recommendation.
I can answer that. It goes to the heart of responsiveness to the requirements of the proposal. Ready Golf did propose 61% of the gross revenue, with the exception of an add-on service to the golf carts, which would be a GPS system. Ready Golf was going to keep 100% of the revenue from that add-on. It amounted to $10 per golf cart.
I thought it was 5. Is $10?
Well, it's 5 per each rider, for a total of $10. So,
Okay.
by our own rules, it was deemed non-responsive, where we wanted a share of all the gross revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson.
Okay, let me...
Very briefly, we're 2 minutes over.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was over. I don't quite understand the non-responsive component of this. The last response that I received was that if we accepted the 61%, that we might not be competitive with other golf courses. Is that not what I was told?
Let's clarify one thing. Any percentage is based on gross revenue. So expenses of the vendor don't even come into account. So 50%, certainly on the face of it, is more than 39%, and 61% is more than 50%. But you got to look at the viability of the proposal. We do not want to have any of our vendors suffer in a contract where they find themselves in financial distress.
I get that. What would lead you to believe that they would suffer financial distress?
Again, when we look at the expenses that any of the 2 offerers that we're discussing today would come in against our projected revenue, gross, take out expenses to include our 50%, our best guess, based on their numbers, is that Kishi will come out at the end of 10 years close to $4 million in the red. Now, I'll be honest with you, Ready Golf does not show much of a profit either, but they are in the black.
Okay.
Councilmember,
I'll push my button again.
Thank you. Do you want to say something else?
I was just going to, as far as the comment about the 61%, in the RFP, it was made clear that any proposals that were presented, that the city wanted to be able to get a share of the revenue. In the 61% proposal that had been presented by Ready Golf, if we had accepted that proposal, then the additional fee that they would have charged the golfers for the GPS system, the city would not have gotten any revenue, any portions of that revenue. That's why it was deemed non-responsive to the RFP, and that's why it was not included.
Instead of the 6, I don't get that.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of points that we need to further elaborate on. When we look at the Kishi pro forma in the handout, all the numbers that are in the red, does that include or not include the increase in salaries, because now they've made the adjustment to pay at a living wage.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you?
On the chart, you have all the years.
That does not include them. We used their numbers, their expense numbers that they had presented to us, and that did not include them paying the living wage.
So the assumption would be that these numbers in the red would be even larger?
Could be larger, correct.
With all the assumptions that have been made in the performa.
Correct.
Now, when I look at the performa at Ready Golf, we're putting a certain amount of trust in that we're dealing with a new entity, albeit made up of experienced components that will work together as a new entity where they can deliver the type of service where only 4 years are in the red in the next 10 years.
That's correct.
Correct.
That's the assumption.
That's correct.
Okay. And the fact that their variables that they use to get to their assumed totals and revenues are variables that the various judges, if you will, who assessed their package, they felt were closest to what's real given their experience in other facilities.
Correct.
That's also correct.
Okay. See, where I'm really torn, and I'll be real blunt, is that we already have an entity like Kishi involved in the contract process within the city of LA. It's the only Japanese-based entity that seems to have been playing on an uneven playing field because of the rules it had to exist on in the past. How many years have they been with us? Kishi? They've been with us 40 years? So you have over 40 years, I'm hearing different numbers, and they've been told to work on a month to month at least, with all the conditions that they've been having to carry and still conduct business. And so I'm really torn about that fact that how fair is this playing field?
Well, there was two questions in that. First off, you asked about set-asides and or giving some bonus to incumbents and or minority-owned business. I'm fully with you. I think our city rules should have that in there. Unfortunately, it does not. If you recall, when I was doing procurement reengineering, I fought very hard to put those in place. Unfortunately, state law trumps us in almost every case. It doesn't allow me to give any type of incentives to local business, small business, and or city of LA. I'm also a veteran. I think there should be veteran preferences in contracting. I spent 22 years in the military. I didn't get paid a living wage when I was in the military, I can assure you. So when I look forward, I think these are things we as a city should be grappling with to even the playing field for companies who are struggling to make it. Now, on the second thing, on the month-to-month, you should know when Mayor Hahn first appointed me as General Manager Rec and Parks, I did meet with Kishi. Kishi did bring it to my attention. They said, John, we need to do something about our golf carts, but we're uncertain of the future because we're in a month-to-month. I said, look, I have 30-plus years experience in contracting. We need new golf carts. If you can figure out a way, figure out a cost, that you can bring them on, we will make you whole in the unlikely event. Now, this is over 5 years ago. Unlikely event that you will not get the follow-on contract. Well, we're here in 2009 with the same golf carts. Now, I've had subsequent conversations with Kishi, and Kishi's assured me that they wanted to do that, but somebody in my own organization told them no. We were to fix those efforts on anybody in a month-to-month. We want them to be able to provide the quality product they want to provide.
So when you look at the numbers that are in the red under Kishi's performa, if they would have had a more even playing field, well, the numbers in the red are pretty large. They're at 196,000, 368,000, 421,000, and year 10 at 534,000 in the red. If we would have made those adjustments I mean, can we even say, would those numbers be just as large?
Again, I don't know. Remember, these are all projections. This evaluation we did, our pro forma was done after the evaluation process where we had 3 ranked offerors. What we did, we took their financial data to see if it was a sustainable operation, if these numbers really made sense. We used ERA. They were the company that said, hey, look, in the golf industry, we can only see a 2.5% growth, not 11%. It in no way impacted the 5 evaluators' decision. We just wanted to make sure to ourselves that the city was, in fact, getting the best deal at the end.
Again, I am really torn, because I think there should be, although the state doesn't allow us, some weight given to experience and loyalty to the city and all the sacrifices they've endured working the conditions they've had to work. I think that is something very real.
Yeah, and I will make that commitment with you. As long as I'm a general manager, I'll work towards making these happen. It's just that every time I propose something, there's a state law or federal law that trumps what. There's no good deed that goes unpunished. If we can find a way to do that, I will be the vocal person to make this happen.
On the other hand, we have a cash flow from that is very dramatic in difference in terms of how solvent one can be and how real the level of quality of service can be delivered given these numbers.
That's correct.
And that's what I'm torn about, but thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Sanders.
Yes.
What process did you go through to bring us here today, and how much is this contract worth?
Well, let me get to the second question first. I cannot tell you. You have these projections of revenue, and they are there in black and white, and I don't, and you all see them. As to what it's really worth, I don't know. I know that we have bidders who are very, very anxious to get this contract, and it makes me think that this is a substantial multi-million-dollar contract for someone who gets it. I'm struck by that fact, by the competition for the contract. As to the process we went through and what we did to get us here, the commission with which I was involved, I mean, we have...
Please hold my time.
Okay, well, I should be specific. Among the numbers that you've seen to be the rent that we would receive at the city, as opposed to what the contract is worth, which is what you asked. The rent that we receive at the city, we have a 2008 number of $1.5 million. But that's...
$1.5 million is our revenue.
It's our revenue.
Net to the city.
But what it's worth to the contractor was what I was trying to answer your question.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's worth to the contractor. Obviously, there has to be profit on that. We don't begrudge anyone their profit. But we need to get that number to grow, that $1.5 million. That's our endeavor here. As to what we did, the commission with which I was involved, my involvement began in October of 2007, the matter came up before us 3 times in 2008. Once, as I said, with concerns expressed by a couple of bidders that there wasn't enough lead time, so we set it over. Another time where we heard it at length, adopted it. Another time where at Angelus's request, we had an extensive hearing considering reconsideration on all the arguments basically that have been made and the ones that have been made here. And in doing that process, what we're doing is acquitting the responsibility that City Council and the law imposes on our commission to take this burden off your shoulders, to be able to see that the contracting process should not require bidders, winning or losing bidders, to foresee a lobbying process ahead of them. This tends to discourage people from bidding to our city. This tends to cause people to bid higher to our city to cover the cost of bidding. We did this 3 times with care in order to hopefully avoid this.
Does that undermine your commission? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, every time, if it's a significant contract, obviously not for insignificant ones, people will just see us as the first inning. That'll cause you to be spending a whole day like this. It'll cause bidders to have enormous expense, and it will cause our efforts, whatever they are, to be a waste of time.
Okay, so I walk into this building earlier today. This place is filled with lobbyists. And I'm handed a piece of paper that says the incumbent group has been stealing or keeping money at home, or it's been cash only, and there's no real books. So I'm told, I don't know if this is true or not, and I want to hear an answer on this, that an audit is going on. Is an audit going on now?
Yes, there is.
Who is doing the audit?
The Department of Recreation and Parks, under our finance group, has their own audit branch. We do preliminary audits. I can give you an example in your own district. We were the ones that uncovered the theft at Penmar Golf Course, which we turned over to the Controller's Office and the LAPD. So we're doing a preliminary audit to make some determinations. We have some findings. We haven't discussed it with Kishi. They certainly have a right to find out what we've given before anybody else. We may have bad information. And so, yes, there is an audit.
Okay, and I asked a very classy reporter here if he had heard those numbers, and he said he did, but he said, Bill, you never know the truth because this stuff always goes around the horseshoe. What stops us from holding off on this until your audit is done and we can see if people have been stealing from us or not?
I think there's two separate issues. First off, we're here to discuss a recommendation made on proposals.
Right.
And they were done in the clear. They were done, the transparency on this was 100%. The other issue is if you're talking about a performance issue with a contractor that may result in some penalties, we would do that in a different thing. It would not have an impact on a contract award because we're not proposing today that we make a contractor award to the incumbent. And I'm not talking about any findings. I don't want anybody to misconstrue that there's some great finding here.
Okay, but I mean, it's something, when you're dealing with cash and cash only, and the anecdotal stories people are telling me that there's no real record or accountability, and then you hear gossip that maybe they did this or that. I know it's separate from this contract, but if in fact there is an issue here, don't you think we should get that resolved before we vote yes or no?
Again, the contract terms of the contract that we have in place now were negotiated 40 years ago, long before there was electronic technology. I doubt anybody here had many ATM cards 40 years ago.
Right.
Okay, so we've now transitioned. Maybe being last is not the bad thing. We have the technology in place. We're going to take over. We want to get out of the cash business across this department. Councilwoman Perry's correct. Just the temptation itself. We need to protect our employees and our concessionaires.
Sure.
And we need an audible trail. So we're going to start collecting.
I just don't want to be embarrassed and go one way or another way or this way, and I don't have all the information in front of me. Could this information have an impact on how we would vote?
Well, it would have an. If your vote is not to upset the recommendation of the Commission, the audit is utterly and completely irrelevant.
That's
because
correct.
the Commission's recommendation is to deal with a company that's not in any way related to the audit.
That's right. I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm a veteran, too. And I believe in veterans, and I believe in the Japanese-American community, and I believe in supporting our own. I also believe in some of the calls I got from some significant people that they really like the incumbent group. And so I was in a confused state. And then all of a sudden I start hearing that there's maybe this or that, and I begin to wonder if there is a financial issue here and an audit issue that needs to be resolved. Are you comfortable about the situation? Forget about, yes, your process and we should go with your group.
I'm not talking about the process of going with the group. I'm just saying that
Correct.
the recommendation that caused us to be where we are on this today is not based on any allegations of misconduct by the incumbent. So its being a yes or a no would not have changed where we are today.
Mm-hmm. But if those allegations are true.
Well, it would still leave us where we are today.
Yeah, but it would help us as policymakers and political people to deal with it from our perspective. I just want to be straight and clean.
I understand.
Period. Okay, but back to your role here. The Commission's role is to go through a public process. You've gone through the public process. It's been going on for years. These carts are falling apart. I don't blame the incumbent for not repairing and changing them when it's been a month-to-month for many years.
We don't either.
And I know a lot of people have good relationships with the folks here in the room and feel a very emotional, personal attachment to these people. So, I mean, that is part of our problem. The other part is respecting your approach and we shouldn't be spending 2-3 hours on something like this. We got layoffs and furloughs to deal with. We got a budget that's out of whack, and it's 1:45 in the afternoon. So that's another issue. Give me a little more comfort on why we should vote in favor today. Or could we hold off till we get the audit and then vote on it?
Well, as to hold off, that's really a question for council.
Yeah, city attorney, what's the deal on that?
Yes, the deadline for the council to disapprove the award of the contract is today. Today's the last.
So why do we
council
always
session.
pick the last day to do something around here? Why can't we just continue it for another month until all the dust settles?
If the proposed award of the contract is not disapproved today, then it's deemed approved by operation of the charter.
It's deemed approved if we don't act.
Correct.
Okay, but if I want to send it back for further to find out where that order takes us, what will that do to it?
If there are not 8 votes to disapprove the contract award to Ready Golf will be approved by operation of law.
Mm-hmm. But what about all of our senses around the horseshoe? We're all confused on this various aspect. Don't we have a right to think it through?
Mr. Labange is our next speaker, Mr. Rosenthal. We want to give it to Mr. Labange?
Okay, anyhow, I just wanted to put all my issues out there. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
I ask we open the public hearing as requested by Ms. Perry. 5 minutes on each side.
Okay, we're going to do that, Mr. Labange. I just thought you had a response to Mr. Rosenthal.
This was going to be heard before recess. There was not all participants could be there. The representative for Kishi, Mr. Yamaki, Ms. Perry asked for professional courtesy, so we then continued it. Then when we changed committees, I thought it was appropriate to hear it again. We sent it back to committee.
Thank you.
We're here today.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. We're going to go to public comment now, but I thought we'd get an explanation of that, and thank you for that. Mr. David Lamb, followed by Lori Pate. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the council. I'm a parent whose children use these golf courses and these golf carts. And the idea that these carts have caught on fire, may have bad brakes, is really an unsettling and disturbing idea to me. And the fact that this condition has been exacerbated by this month-to-month kind of contract that you've had in place is not a good thing. I would urge you strongly today to act, to change the current situation and put a contractor in place that has the incentives and the capability and the experience to take away this potential safety issue. When we go to golf, we go to have fun. We do not want to see something bad happen. If you're on the fence today, make a decision that will put us in a safe and fun environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Lori Pate? Lori Pate? Are you here, ma'am? There she is, running up, full jog up. There you go. Thank you. You don't look like Lori Pate, sir.
I don't.
You look like Jerry Newman.
I do indeed. Mr. Stein, when Mr. Garcetti asked that we limit our time to 5 minutes.
We're going to limit to each side.
No, but he asked that we could organize our speakers.
You're correct. Ma'am, Mr. Garcetti?
It was stated there was no objection, and there was a motion from folks that each side could organize their 5 minutes however they wanted if there was consensus. This is consistent with that for either side. If there is no consensus, we said we take the first 5 folks. But if there's an agreement to do that, then we did say, and all of us, nobody objected to allowing that to happen.
Okay. So are we with Lori Pate now? Ma'am? Mr. Labange?
Just to say there, anybody who wants to speak for the project, you got 5 minutes, and they're down to 3:13 now. Line up there, be quick, move forward, and the same on the other side.
I'm here today to urge you to approve the recommendation before you. I've been involved with this RFP process from the beginning, and I'm here to tell you that the process has been fair and thorough. The award of the contract will be given to an aggressive, competent, honest, and experienced company that will take care of the golfers and do a good job for the public. The city deserves better than what they've been getting for the past 35 or 40 years. Show the Recreation and Parks, I urge you, show them that you believe in this process and that you believe that they've done a good job and that they've been thorough and transparent, and we need to move forward.
Go ahead. When you come forward, just mention your name. I've got the cards here. Mention your name and give your statement.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Craig Kessler, Executive Director of Public Links Golf Association, Southern California, a 20,000-member group. Very briefly, I want to give you the perspective of what the 20,000 members of my organization are looking at here today. Whether or not you're going to validate a process that's been explained in painstaking detail, was fair, above board, clear, transparent, or whether or not you're going to substitute at 1 minute towards midnight a set of judgments based upon, quite honestly, calls from lobbyists and calls from office holders from all over this state. The public wants to know who matters in this process. Is this the full Lobbyist Employment Act, or does it matter what the public interest is? Do your processes matter at all? And I think the presidents of the Parks Board said it best. Are they merely and everything in place the first inning? And this is where it matters. If that's the case, you need to change the city charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Council members, Michael Bernbach, Ready Golf Center's president. Experience has been on the table. Alarcon, Parks. I've been in business for 40 years. I've been running golf companies for 10. I have 3 PGA Class A professionals who have 55 years of golf cart specific experience, not only working for the company, but under contract to the company. Please consider that when we move forward with an RFP process. 39% of solid revenue at the levels of the county and Long Beach, 17 courses, is more money than 50% of pie-in-the-sky projections and poor services that are 10% below the county and Long Beach level. If you don't move forward today, you leave the company existing there on an all-cash basis, no cash registers. It's been going on for 35 years. As far as golf carts themselves, please understand that both a staff member of mine and myself, experience-wise, went to Augusta, Georgia, to the Easy Go factory and got ourselves mechanic certificates. We are certified golf cart mechanics.
Next. Thank you, sir. Next.
Hello, I'm just a golfer that golfs on these courses.
Your name?
My name is Donna Lamb, and my girlfriends and I have gone there for more than 20 years golfing. Before that was a month-to-month process. The golf carts have been horrible for a long time. I have complained, and they've always told me just call the city whenever I've complained to the general manager. I'm here to talk to the city to finally say, please do something about it today. Don't put it out to another RFP, which is going to be another 3 years. Do it today so we can move forward and we can golf and want to go to the golf courses.
Thank you. Next.
Do 5 minutes?
We're not on the other side yet.
Okay.
The time's over? All right. Well, let me read the names in then. Then we'll go to the next side. The other cards we have is Gary Shepard, Kay Coe, Mark Card, Jerry Newman. They can name out. I'm giving the names of the folks that just spoke. Philip Tate. Those are the other folks. Now we're going to go to the other side, and we will submit those. We have those on the record. We are now going to the other side. You're going to have the same amount of time. So those folks, Mr. Yamaki, we're going to reset the clock, and we're going to do 5 minutes. So folks that are on this side, you line up, and then as you come forward, give your name, and then we will mark your name off, and away we go. Mr. Yamaki.
Okay, Michael Yamaki. To answer some of your questions, it's 1966, the Kishi Company started. 1966, they took cash. In the new RFP, you don't have to worry about that because everyone's going to collect it at the same place. The bottom line for us at Kishi Company, we would save 40% on our workers' comp insurance, so we don't have any problem. Hallelujah, just take it. On the audit issue that was asked, the Kishi Company in the last 15 years, you've already been through 4 audits, so Mr. Muckery can verify that. They've already done 4 audits, so this is not like some new audit that came out of the blue. On the issue of sustainability, we already give 47%. So a stretch to 50% is not. You know, Councilman Reyes asked about this issue on living wage. That number reflects the number that we would have to pay for a living wage. The second part is that many of our employees were already getting over that. So it wasn't that much of a jump for us to get to. The other aspect of this that wasn't in here on sustainability, in 1991, Rancho Park was closed for a year. They didn't sell more than 10 carts a month. Kishi Company never, ever laid off any employee or fired any employee. They kept all the employees for that period of time. In the 80s, when the rain came, the Kishi Company kept every employee, even though at Sepulveda, 3 months, nobody golfed. So if you look at the history of the Kishi Company and financial stability over the 40 years, the other aspect, Kishi Company didn't have to worry about financing. They bought all their carts, so they weren't worried about a lease. They invested with the city. When the sand and seed came down in the last two administration, the Reardon administration, $47,000 was spent by the Kishi Company to give what the commission wanted. The Kishi Company has never denied anything in regards to the commission. My last point, when you talk about the riders, 24% of the riders, the city of LA enjoys that 24% because our seniors want to walk. They don't want to be forced to take a cart. In the county system with American Golf, the reason why that is because they force them to take carts during their tournaments. They do more tournaments in the county courses, and they charge either $1 or $2 more. That's why the ridership's up. So the devil is in the details always, not always in what you look at it.
Mr. Yamaki, you're burning up their time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Andy Camacho. I happen to be in the food and beverage business. I'm not a golfer. I don't know anything about golf courts. However, during the last 25 years, my involvement in the food and beverages industry, I've looked at many, many RPs, and I could tell you, based on my review of that, based on the comments that Mr. Yamaki's made and some of the other council people, I'm a strong supporter of the Kishi proposal, their reputation, their experience. It's a women-owned company, and the rent, folks, the rent. Thank you very much.
Next.
Julie Butcher, representing SEIU Local 721. The workers of the Department of Rec and Parks stand ready to do this service, to provide this service, and for which the city could collect 100% of the money. We have two concerns and two interests. One, the workers of Los Angeles want to provide the best possible service to the customers, to the public golfers in Los Angeles. We can do that by doing this service in-house ourselves starting tomorrow if you send this back to Rec and Parks and tell them to get to work. We also, our interest is in maximizing the amount of revenue that the city gets to keep in providing this service. With those two things in mind, we ask you to send this back to Rec and Parks and tell them to get to work.
Next, please.
My name is Ted Winship.
Your name again?
Ted Winship.
Thank you.
I'm here as a private citizen. I am chairman of the Golf Advisory Board of the City of Los Angeles. There are several flaws that I would like to point out. Our Golf Advisory Commission was told to the people that we approved the report that the City Golf Division had given as their proposal for operation, for self-operation. This is not true. We said we wanted the city to operate the carts, but we had no knowledge of any of the details of the proposal until it became public. I have found that I can get Club Car Corporation to give 500 carts within 60 days from the city approval. They will rent them to the city for 3 years. They will be fully warranted for 3.5 years. And furthermore, that they will insure the city against liability or insure themselves against the liability and name the city as additional insured. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is our time on this matter. The other cards I have, Jason Elias, Frederick Gonzalez, Michael Chung, George, Hirano, Doug, Ehara, Abe, Suboa, and Eric Oboa. Those are the other folks that have cards on this matter. And we have council members, and we'll go back with our council colleagues. We have Mr. Labange, Ms. Perry, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Zine, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Parks. Mr. Labange, you're up again.
Thank you very much. Members, I hope you have a clear understanding of this here. This is a process. I was going to try to use a golf analogy, but I'm not a golfer. But this is a baseball analogy or a football analogy. We are near the goal line to try to improve the golf carts for the people who use it. It has been a tough fight, and not, when I say the tough fight, for everybody. In every effort there, okay? And if you don't want me to say anything, I won't say anything, sir. If you don't want me to say anything, I appreciate, when people spoke. But at the same time, the department is independent of us. I don't think all of us truly understand what the Park Commission is and how they sit in the way it is with the charter and their job. And yes, everything should be refined as we work forward to make our government more efficient in ways there. And yes, if city workers could bid a job at a lower cost, I would support it. But I don't support it on the 2-yard line. I don't support it when I want to fight for city workers who are working at 425 San Fernando who may be out of a job in the sanitation yard or in public works up in Hollywood or throughout the city. We're going into tough times. This is a service that we provide at our golf course. We have 7 courses. The commission said it was unanimous. They all spoke about it. We had 2 hearings. We had 2 shifts of teams of council members who looked at it. We want to provide the service and concentrate more on. I feel a little guilty as a council member because I've taken your time, so much time here on these issues here that people should say they're much more pressing issues in this city. Yes, there are much more pressing issues, but this issue could be resolved today to move forward, and I ask for an aye vote and a recommendation to the Board of Recreation and Parks Commission that independently reviewed this, as the CAO independently reviewed it, as the city attorney independently reviewed it, and ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, I still believe that 39% is not as good as 50%. Now, I was just a, elementary school math teacher for 1 year, and I figured that out. But let me say that the county, this contract is a continuous stream of comparing apples to oranges. The reason the county's golf cart ridership is up is because they require it during tournaments, and they have a very liberal policy toward tournament. In other words, they have more tournaments, more people are required to use the golf carts. We don't force our senior citizens who can't afford the cost of a golf cart to use a golf cart, particularly if their form of recreation is a couple of times or 3 times a week. You're talking, it could be $100 to them. They need that money for food and other things while they're getting their recreation and their health by walking the golf course. This is I don't understand this. We just as soon turn the food concession contract over to Kishi over in Van Nuys in terms of the experience that they have in running food concessions as we do Ready Golf, which isn't ready. Ready Golf has never managed a golf contract. I don't care, notwithstanding the contractors they've hired, we should not give a 10-year contract to a company that has been untested in this provision of service. So I stand by my motion to deny this contract and request the Department of Recreation and Parks to issue a contract that is more reflective of what we need. Frankly, this should have been an RFQ to begin with. It should not have been an RFP. An RFP opens the doors to all kinds of proposals when an RFQ details what it is we demand out of our service providers, and that's why we're comparing apples to oranges. Nobody detailed what we want in the service. It should have been an RFQ in the first place, but it's not now. But that doesn't mean I'm going to sell out the golfers for 10 years for a company that's yet been untested in this field to provide a service when I've got a company that's provided that service for 40 years and under the handcuffs of a month-to-month agreement, and now they're being questioned. Of course they're being questioned. Nobody could have managed that contract with a month-to-month agreement and done a good job. Nobody could have done that. I think they've done a fair job considering all things. They've done as good as anybody could have. And given some of the occasions where we've had to stop the golf service, they maintain their workforce, they paid their workforce, they're good people. Who gives them points for that? Who gives them points for that? So, I don't think this is the time to change the direction without considering that we have a company that has the experience, they have the relationships, they have the ability to provide the quality equipment if they're given a longer term contract. Month to month can't do it. No company would do it under that. And remember, basically what you're being asked to do by the department is to vote against a contract that guarantees a 50% revenue to the city for a company that is guaranteeing 39% revenue on the idea that they're going to generate more money. Well, if they're going to generate more money, why don't they guarantee the 50%? I'm sorry. I just taught math for 1 year in Mary Immaculate in Pacoima, but I could figure that out, and I think most golfers will figure it out too. But I think we ought to extend the contract to Kishi. We don't have the power to do that as a council, but we do have the power to deny the authorization for the contract to Ready Golf. Like I said, I don't believe Ready Golf is ready. You know, that food service provision, I don't have any problems with the contract that they provided. But in terms of providing golf carts on a consistent basis, upgrading the quality of service, and for 10 years, Ready Golf is not ready.
Mr. Alarcon, thank you, and you're 1 minute, 13 seconds over on the count. Ms. Perry.
Okay. Call to the question.
Ms. Perry calls for the question. And Mr. Garcetti is going to call the question.
Is there any objection to calling the question? If there's no objection,
And I ask for a no vote.
Hold on. So we're just on the question.
I'm just like, yeah,
Since
yeah,
there's no
you're right,
objection
right.
for the public calling the question, just means it's a movement to end debate,
Okay, let's rewind
and there's
that.
no objection to that, so the debate of council members has ended.
Yes.
We do have various motions that are
Okay.
before us. Madam Clerk, if you'll walk us through what we have before us.
There's a motion by Councilmember Alarcon, which would be a substitute motion to disapprove the Rec and Park Commission's action and to deny the contract, and the first vote would be on the question of whether to substitute.
Okay. I asked, was there an objection to call the question? I'm sorry, I did not hear you. So there is a objection to calling the question because we have not yet had each of the speakers that wants to speak twice speak. It is a 10-person vote. Please open the roll. A yes vote is to end debate. A no vote is to continue. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 4 noes.
That passes. So the question is called. The first motion that was before us is first we vote on whether to substitute, and then we would vote on it. So Mr. Alarcon's motion, substitute motion, comes first because of precedence.
City Attorney, when I started my discussion today, I spoke of what's before us. Either we approve this or we send it back to commission. There's no substitute here. This is the Recreation Parks Commission that is independent by charter. We cannot
There are
substitute.
consequences to whether or not if we take the substitute or not. Mr. Labange, I'll answer. It's a procedural question, less than a legal one. If we take the substitute motion, there are consequences either way on the board's actions. If we fail to act today in rejecting the contract, it will be approved because the clock essentially will run out. But the substitute motion, which part of the substitute motion, Mr. Alarcon, is to reject, correct? So, and Madam Clerk, so folks can put that forward, a motion to reject. Mr. Labange, hold on. And Mr. Alarcon has put that forward. We would take 2 votes on that. First, whether or not to substitute, and then the second vote is then whether or not to approve that new substitute motion to reject. Yeah, no, go ahead. No, it's okay. No, please.
This is a report from the Recreation and Parks Commission that we either approve or deny. I don't know how you can substitute that, and I'd like to hear from the city attorney.
Madam Clerk, if you'll explain.
Mr. President, the committee report before council is to approve the board's action. So,
Not whether to or not, it's to
Correct.
approve it.
But the substance of my motion is pertinent to the report and therefore is appropriate to be considered.
All I want to hear is from the city attorney, who seems to be shy today.
I'm actually, it's not a legal question, it's a procedural question, but in a nutshell, the Board of Recreation, or the Arts Parks recommendation was to approve. That's before council now. There's a motion whether to substitute. The substitute motion is to disapprove. So before you get to that, there has to be a vote on whether to substitute.
Okay,
there's always that power to the
When Mr.
council.
Alarcon spoke, he said you wanted to assign it to somebody or whatever. Is there a written motion here?
Yeah, right here. Because I don't see it. We haven't submitted it, but I said it verbally.
What you said verbally, that you wanted it assigned.
I'll be happy to say it, Mr. Labange.
Excuse me?
Mr. Alacon, Mr. Labange, motions can be submitted in one of two ways in every council meeting. Any report can always have substitute motions. These are very clear rules. These are nothing changed today. You can give them orally or you can give them written. We make sure that they are restated when they are said orally, but they can also be written for people's convenience. Both are good. Both are legal. They're not only in Robert's rules, but they're also in our council rules. That has not changed.
The motion that was seconded by Ms. Berry was to disapprove the award of the contract to Ready Golf, request the Board of Recreation and Parks Commissioners to award a 5-year contract with the current operator, Kishi, and request the Department of Rec and Parks to study golf cart operations and concessions at other municipalities, including the model used by the county, and develop a transition plan for self-operation of the golf cart function at the end of those 5 years.
The question to the city attorney.
Yes, Mr. Cardenas and then Mr. Labange.
Question to the city attorney on the motion that was just read by Councilmember Alarcon. It's my understanding that the motion has a substantive point in there that is not legal. It's my understanding that we do not have the authority to go ahead and give contracts beyond 3 years by a motion.
Actually, hold on. Because the verb is requests, and the council can request, but the board will consider what their legal authority is based on our...
He is the city attorney.
He's the council attorney.
Order.
And we agree on this point, so let me just say it in another way.
The city attorney's office is...
You can disapprove the recommendation of the board to award the contract to Ready Golf, and then you can express your other interests in a different result, like awarding a contract to someone else or taking it in-house, but you cannot instruct the Board of Recreation and Parks to award a contract or to bring it in-house. But you can disapprove their recommendation with instructions, not instructions or directions, but rather your preferences about how they proceed.
Okay. Is that clear to everybody? Mr. Labange and then Mr.
Chairman,
Parks?
I just wanted to say, in our committee, I asked that specifically, and I got a little different view on that. It was either up, and Ms. Adams was there as well, or rejection, and then we send the rejection back to the commission, and they decide whether they want to send it back to us or call for new RFP.
And that's essentially what we're doing. One can always attach recommendations or requests, but doesn't give us legal authority to grant the contract.
So for everybody who's here, though, because it is a technicality in there, then, Madam City Attorney, if Mr. Alacon prevails, then it would have to go back to commission. What would the commission do?
The commission can, they can either accept your recommendation of a different course of action or not. They could vote again to award the contract to Ready Golf and send it back to you again.
To council. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Parks and then Mr. Zion. Mr. Parks?
I just have a point of clarification.
Yes.
On Richard's motion, is there ability for us to separate them in the sense of reject as one vote and then the 5-year plan as a second vote?
Mr. Alacon could have bifurcated, but we've closed debate. We no longer can, I believe. Can we move on that, Madam Clerk, to bifurcate within from the maker of the motion?
Yeah, I believe so, Mr. President.
So if Mr. Alacon consented, we could bifurcate it, yes.
I'd be happy to bifurcate.
Okay. Mr. Zion and then Mr. Rosendahl.
That was my question on clarification. Listening to Mr. Alacon is to deny to the Commission's recommendation, but to award a 5-year. Well, no, I'm just trying to point of clarification. What you read, because I didn't see it, is that what you read, if my understanding is correct, is to deny, but then to award a 5-year. To request that they award a 5-year.
Yeah.
So I'm supporting the denial. As far as the request, those will be 2 separate votes?
Yes, Mr. Alacon has assented to bifurcate.
And then if the Commission says, thank you very much, but we do not want to follow that, we can go through this process again because they will not proceed without our final approval?
Well, we ultimately have to ratify or reject whatever they do next.
All right, good, thank you. So the bifurcation, thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Just to understand what the city attorney said, and just to clarify that again, if we vote with Mr. Alacon, it goes back to the commission, correct?
On the first part, where he has said to disapprove the award of a contract with Ready Golf,
Okay.
yes, it would
Then
return.
when it goes back to the commission, won't that give us enough time to find out about this audit business, if that's an issue or not?
Should.
From that standpoint of it going back, and we might end up awarding it to them, not awarding it to them. Those options are still there for later. Right?
Buys time.
Yeah, we can't get into the substance of that, but it's a procedural question he wants to understand. He's not arguing the substance of the matter. Madam Clerk, if you want to clarify.
I believe it
answer
would
the
start
question.
the clock again for the new award. So this part would be over, council would finish this part today, and then by sending it back to committee, a new clock would start.
Commission.
I'm sorry, to commission.
Right.
Support
Okay.
Mr. Alarcon.
Are there any other procedural questions or points of clarification? Seeing none, we have this bifurcated now.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, question of whether to substitute would be
Right,
first.
substitute first, and then we would vote on it bifurcated if it passes. So Mr. Cardenas and
Richard,
Mr. Rosendahl.
I vote, Richard.
And Mr. Alarcon. We're going to vote first on whether to substitute. That is not bifurcated. It's whether to substitute and whether to consider this motion instead of the committee report. Okay, that's the first vote, just whether to consider, not whether to vote yes or no, but whether to substitute Mr. Alarcon's motion. Okay? Please open the roll.
Vote yes.
Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
Vote yes.
10 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay?
Good.
That substitution is carries. We will now bifurcate the question.
Vote yes. Yes.
And the first part would be to disapprove the award of the contract.
This vote is to whether or not to disapprove the award.
Yes vote. I vote.
Please open the roll,
I vote.
close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 6 noes.
Okay?
Good.
That is approved.
You got it.
Or that disapprove carries. And the second place, which is to request the board to award the 5-year contract to the current operator, is now before us. Please open the roll. Yes, sorry, Mr. Risa?
Bifurcated, Mr. Alarcon read some additional language. It's not just to award it for 5 years. There was some additional language that we...
Including living wage requirements and to direct the Department of Rec and Parks to study golf cart operations and concessions at other municipalities. Those are
To study other possibilities and to transition out.
to develop a transition plan for self-operation.
Okay, and that includes a studying of how the county does it and how other entities do it and how we
Correct.
could, okay.
That is a request, right?
That's a request.
The commission could either just, and send it back up to committee and go from there.
Okay. We are now voting on 2 and 3 of Mr. Alarcon's motion.
Yeah, I really wish, because it's so sensitive, because this is a contract, that it was a written document that we could read, members. I really feel, as your committee chair, in the time we took, it's hard to fathom all that.
I will read it right now, word for word. We are voting on yes or no to first request the Board of Rec and Parks Commissioners to award a 5-year contract with the current operator, J.H. Kishi and Company, including living wage requirement, and to direct the department to study golf cart operations and concessions at other municipalities, including the model used by the County of Los Angeles, and develop a transition plan for self-operation of the golf cart function at the end of those 5 years. Okay, is that clear? Mr. Rios?
Council President.
Council President, did you
Hold on
say
one second.
direct or request?
The second one is to direct, to
No,
study. Direct a
that should
study.
be request.
Okay. It was changed? Okay, so request a study. Wait, this is not the board, it's the department.
This is a request to the commission, correct?
The first one, it's my understanding. Mr. Alarcon,
But the
clarify.
board is the only part of the department that can award a contract or recommend the award of a contract. So it should actually be worded request.
Okay, it's both requests.
Yeah, request the board.
So my
Go ahead.
Tape, what I actually said is direct or request.
Well, let's roll the tape.
We don't have the power to direct. I meant to say request. And so...
All right, they're both requests.
in terms of, I wanted to ask Councilman Alarcon this as a friendly amendment to your...
We can't, unfortunately, because the question's been called. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
I accept.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
So if there's nothing in anything that we voted on that can just ask for a study, a transitional study to...
You could ask Mr. Alarcon to further bifurcate these last two
Yeah.
for the request of the award
Right.
and the request of the study, but beyond that,
You
no.
know what, I would like to ask you to bifurcate that.
I thought we did.
Oh, you wanted to bifurcate, well, that was a trifurcation then. Okay.
Yeah.
Bi means two, so we'll make a trifurcation of the original one.
Three bites of the apple.
And bifurcate what is
Right.
remaining. So
Exactly.
now we will vote on the award, requesting that the contract be awarded for 5 years to the current operator, period. That's all that's being voted on right now, okay? Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 6 noes.
Okay? That carries. And then the last piece is whether to request a study looking at the County of Los Angeles and a plan for self-operation. Okay? Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 3 noes.
That is approved as well. So that will be sent back. The contract will be sent back. There will be a request to look at the 5-year contract, to award the 5-year contract to the current operator, and there will be a request to study a move towards self-operation and looking at the County of Los Angeles. Thank you all. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 6, and that was called special for cards.
Okay. Item number 6 is before us. Mr. Arnold Sachs, if you'd like to come forward, you're first speaker on this. Thank you. And I know we've got a lot of folks, but if we could ask folks we have another item before us, if we could please clear the aisles and keep our conversations to a minimum. And Mr. Sachs, if you'd like to come forward. Go ahead, Mr. Sachs.
Thank you. Good evening. Arnold Sachs. I'm a little concerned, federal grants, you're listing for federal grants, and again, one of the mayor's requests under these federal grants is money for LAWA. I'm really concerned about that. There's been no call here at the council at all regarding the costs associated with the redevelopment and the revitalization of the airport. Yet that project has gone from $3 billion to $8 billion. Tell me one project in America that's had an increase of $5 billion in less than a year and a half, and not one politician has ever stood up and said, hey, what's going on? I have problems with that. I have problems with the fact there was just an article in the newspaper regarding some sale of bonds. They're concerned about selling $700 million in bonds. Yet, the city council authorized a bond sale of $950 million when they authorized the refurbishment of Tom Bradley Terminal. The airport authorized the sale of $950 million in bonds when they authorized the building of the Crossfield Terminal. Now we have a Tom Bradley Terminal West. We don't have a Midfield Concourse. We have another building east of the Tom Bradley Terminal. Changes, and the mayor is asking for federal funding, more money for this black hole at the airport. And yet we've heard in this conversation regarding the golf courses, detail. Where is the detail at LAWA?
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Our next speaker is Zuma Dog in Van Nuys on item number 6.
Thank you. I do feel slightly compromised as a candidate because something I'd like to address, maybe as someone that might be working as a council member, not the best thing to mention, but it does concern me that Richard Alarcon's daughter has just been put in place to have oversight over this federal stimulus money. You you got a guy, I'm concerned about Richard Alarcon and the shadiness, and now you got his daughter watching things. What if she finds out he's been doing things bad? I mean, I just don't like it. But, she's beautiful and smart and great and so qualified. Well, move on. Now, something seriously, Eric, that I would like to know regarding this. It's supposed to be for shovel-ready projects, and it's not supposed to be used to, clean up the spilt milk of problems in the past. However, lacers, we have an extreme problem with lacers. Could the argument be made to President Barack Obama that this money needs to be used to clean up the pension mess because the entire city and everything is at risk? Eric, 50 words or less?
If you'll please make sure you address the council as a whole, we thank you for your comments. With that, let's go ahead. We don't have to take action on this. This is a regularly posted item, and we'll continue that. If we can go to the next item, please.
Next item is item number 7, and that was called special for cards.
Okay, Mr. Zumadog on number 7, please.
Yes, and now Councilmember Zumadog, candidate. I should say it's not officially the 22nd yet, but I'm running for City Council, CD2 the Valley, and something you can expect Uncle Zumadog to ride to the rescue to is how REAP, rent escrow, is being used as a vindictive, retaliatory method of the city to just make money and rob, they call rape, the mom and pop operators of buildings. What happens is they run around and tack on all these things. You got to do this and that and that. And these mom and pop operators, well, they can't comply. They don't have money available to make these the things that they're supposed to be doing. And before you know it, they lose the property. Hey, City Council takes it over. They give it to their favorite developer. Everybody gets kicked out. They make it into some fancy $1 million condo nobody can afford in violation of every exemption and variance. And so Zumadog says he'll be working with Tutanich and Zion to put an end to this.
Thank you. That will close public comment on this item. If we can prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 8 called special for cards, and Councilmember Smith called that special as well.
Okay, Mr. Sachs, if you'd like to come forward on item number 8, and then Zumadog as well.
Yes, very quickly. Arnold Sachs, good afternoon again. I'm concerned, again, you're taking up items that are going to appear before the state legislation, yet the public has no idea whether they've been voted on or been acted on. Yet we've heard numerous times here in this council chambers that you're always closing the barn doors after all the horses and all the other animals have left. So again, I ask, as regarding your action on the Good Samaritan law, which was passed by the governor while you were acting on it, and the bankruptcy law, which was voted on, according to Mr. Wesson, while you were acting on it in chambers here. Are these items that you're considering for the state legislation, are they passed legislation or are they to be acted on? Thank you.
Thank you. Zumadog is our next speaker.
I don't know what he was talking about, but this is about medical marijuana, and this is very good news for the people of Los Angeles. It says right here that it calls for the government to end raids on medical marijuana where voters have approved its use, as in the state of California. So thank you. What I say the significance of this is, what's the impact of making it known that the federal government to end the raids on medical marijuana in states like this? What's the significance? Well, it will allow the city of L.A. to start to tax and generate revenue out of the medical marijuana collectives. And there's also another item. The one coming up next is about the compassion. So I'm here to say collectives are here, dispensaries is voted by the state. Now with the feds getting out of the way, I think this does pave the way to allow the city to start to generate revenue from this medical marijuana, because we desperately need it, and you can't start worrying about the things like Parks is. I'm sorry, I differ with you on that one.
All right, if we can please open the roll on this item. I'm sorry, actually we have two speakers on the queue. Mr. Huizar, did you want to be heard on this?
I'll wait till the other speakers.
I think it was just called special to make sure that we could vote individually on it.
Okay, so. I got it. I'm fine with it. I'm fine, no speakers.
Okay, all right. Please prepare the roll. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. That. Mr. Parks, did you want to vote no on that? Okay. Oh, I think Mr. Smith's button wasn't working. You were recorded correctly. Yep. We'll make sure Mr. Smith voted no on that and called that special. 2 vote no, just for the record, if we can make that clear. Next item called special, please.
Next item is item number 9, and that was called special for cards.
All right, Mr. Dogg, item number 9.
Yeah, I told you me and Parks, we differ on this one thing. And, yes. Anyway, right now, number 9, this is about the Compassionate Use Act of '96. So let me go into a little bit about medical marijuana in the city of Los Angeles. Let it be known that we have an abundance of collectives that have opened up due to the city council's blind eye. But what I'd like to do right now is talk about the way dispensaries need to be operated in the city of Los Angeles. They're not supposed to be pot stores where people are walking in with duffel bags and selling them to the collectives, and then they're distributing it. The way it's supposed to work under state law, a collective is allowed to grow a certain amount of medication for the patient's members. Okay, now state law says that any person is allowed to grow 6 plants. So you should have about a proportionate amount of medication on hand at the collectives for the amount of patients you have under the register. For example, if you have 100 patients, you should have approximately enough medication on hand for about 600 plants worth. And so I do believe that many of the dispensaries that are not operating compliantly because it's very, very difficult to operate under the standards. And I urge the City Planning Department, Ed Reyes and Weezar and Koretz, to please get something on the books, even the most minimum level of requirements and restrictions. Don't get too complicated and tangled up into perfection, because I'm here to say, as soon as you get something very basic for regulation, some standards, it's going to allow you to get in there. It's not that easy to run these things, and I'm here to tell you, there's a lot, just put something basic in there. And I'd like to remind people, although I am very pro-medical marijuana, we must be compassionate with AIDS patients, and we have a lot of funding for medication out there. We need this. However, we can't let the bad ones ruin it for everybody. Thank you. Zuma Dog for City Council.
That will close our public hearing on this issue. If we can please prepare, Mr. Weezar and then Ms. Hahn. Mr. Weezar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, the previous item was an item calling upon the federal government to end raids on those dispensaries that exist that the voters have asked for the dispensing of medical marijuana. This item is asking our state to clarify Proposition 215, which allowed local jurisdictions to regulate the use of medical marijuana. And one of the areas that I foresee in our discussions about what we're going to do here locally is that it is very, very easy for anyone to get access to prescription for medical marijuana. And that's beyond our control. We have very little control over that. And even if we set up the best ordinance in the state of California to regulate the access to medical marijuana, one area that's going to be a huge loophole is the doctors freely giving out prescriptions to medical marijuana. This motion here calls upon state officials to fill in those gaps and to really have the state medical board crack down on its members who issue prescriptions to patients that who don't really need to utilize medical marijuana. So we hope that they fill in this loophole, and I hope that they also create its own licensing system, because here locally, the most effective tool we have to regulate medical marijuana is land use, is planning. But it doesn't really regulate the medical profession. We need them to really look at its doctors and to decide for us who really needs medical marijuana. At our disposition are land use issues, land use tools, and we hope that the state does its part and really ensure that the people who come into our dispensaries, once we get a permanent ordinance, are coming in with a legitimate prescription for medical marijuana. It's a huge loophole that needs to be fixed. There are other issues in here that we're asking the state legislature to fix, but those are the two that I see that really need to get fixed before we implement our own permanent medical marijuana ordinance. Thank you. I ask for your aid vote.
Thank you. We have next Ms. Hahn and then Mr. Koretz and Mr. Zine. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Jose for bringing this forward. You know, again, the voters of California in 1996 overwhelmingly approved the Compassionate Act, which at its core would allow people who need safe access to medical cannabis for medical purposes would be allowed to do that. But we're seeing now, many years later, right here in the city of Los Angeles, that we're having difficulty passing permanent ordinance and difficulty sometimes in figuring out how we do regulate these dispensaries. So the act in itself, the 1996 legislation, isn't enough for us to kind of regulate this. So we need a policy that still allows safe access and protects the spirit of the voters of California and what they intended by that. But also, as you said, Councilmember Huizar, we're really asking the State Medical Board to better regulate its members on who is getting access to these clinics. We certainly want to make it safe. We want to make it reliable. We want to make people who really need it, we want to give them a place to access this. But we've heard of some instances where there has been some misuse of this and some abuse of this. So we're asking a couple things. Let's tighten the restrictions. Let's tighten how people get prescriptions to use this. But really the spirit of this was always that we believe in California, at least, that a person who is suffering from some chronic illness, is suffering from nausea associated with perhaps chemotherapy treatments, that sometimes medical cannabis is the only thing that gives them relief. We've heard the stories here. So we're asking that we have legislation at the state level to quantify this, to qualify this, and to tighten up this legislation so that we in Los Angeles can implement the will of the voters of California in a way that is safe, reliable, and dignified.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz is our next speaker.
Well, I appreciate Council Members Huizar and Zion for bringing this forward. And I have to say, as one of the original authors of SB 420, as Ms. Hahn just got through saying, there's no question that people with AIDS, people with cancer, some of them are still alive today because of medical marijuana. But at the same time, when we wrote Prop 215 and SB 420, nobody envisioned the huge cash profits that we're seeing, which is causing some of these dispensaries to spring up on every block. And nobody really anticipated that you could call a doctor and say you have an allergy and get a prescription. This is absolutely out of hand. It's not what we expected. At the same time, it is helping a lot of people. We want to stop the raids on these places and the effort to stop legitimate patients from getting their medication. But at the same time, we've got to get this under control. I mean, really, nobody could foresee the problems that have happened, and we need to take that next step and tweak this and encourage our colleagues at the state level to do that.
Mr. Zion.
Thank you, and Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, through the City of Los Angeles, we find somewhere between 600 and 800 marijuana distribution facilities now. And there was a Nightline story recently where it showed a doctor. He's given up his practice. All he does is write marijuana prescriptions. And his statement was, anybody can come in and get a prescription for medicinal marijuana. Anyone. And this was an interview with an ABC network reporter with a camera that showed how easy it is. And we have a copy of that tape. And it's outrageous that it's been abused. The Compassionate Use Act, as you stated, for people with AIDS, people that have very serious illness. It's not because you have a headache or because you want to get high, but the misuse by the doctors that are writing these prescriptions where you spend $65 or $100 is creating a huge problem. And people are approaching me constantly, I want to open up a medicinal marijuana facility because I want to make hundreds of dollars. I was at a recent shooting at a marijuana facility in my district on Ventura Boulevard where two suspects came in, and attempted to rob the proprietor. He jumped up to run to the back. As he ran to the back, they shot him. He went down. I understand from Captain Sherman from Topanga Division, those suspects have been apprehended. There's been a lot of robberies. There's been a lot of crime. But it's not about money. Compassionate Use Act is about compassionate use, about someone having that marijuana for the intended purpose, not to make a profit. Mr. Reyes and I, Mr. Huizar and I have been to facilities to inspect those facilities. You're talking, and Ms. Hahn's been there, $50 for 5 seeds, $50 an ounce. It's about helping people in a compassionate manner, not about getting rich. And this particular facility that got taken down on Ventura Boulevard by the robbers, the man had 3 huge safes. Why would he have 3 huge safes? The cash flow into this is absolutely ridiculous. I know our city attorney is working on it. We're trying to come up with something. Meanwhile, they're popping up. The moratorium is in place. There's no hardship, and they're still popping up, and we have an obligation to do something. So I hope this corrects it. But we need to go after the doctors who are writing these prescriptions, and they're putting their medical practice aside because they're making more money just writing a simple prescription. But this doctor that was on Nightline said anybody can get a marijuana prescription, just come in and see the doctor. And that is absolutely abuse of the system. It's an abuse of the Compassionate Use Act, and we need to do whatever we can to stop it. And Mr. Koretz in West Hollywood, where he was the mayor, they have a medicinal marijuana ordinance. It seems to be working. They have a few locations, Northern California, but in Los Angeles, we are absolutely out of control with it.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to rise and thank my colleagues for this this action, and I'm hoping the state does respond. You know, it's very difficult to create this veil that allows for those who really need it to have access to this medicine, especially when you have a whole sub-economy and a subculture that really is focused on how we get to this drug. So the impact on our communities have been devastating. We sat on one committee meeting that lasted close to 6 hours, 5 to 6 hours. We probably hit about 85 applications. There's 700 or more to go. So we're pushing real hard to get this ordinance in place. I know it's unfair for many who need it, and for those who are abusing it, they're taking advantage of this time, and that's something we need to curtail. So we're hoping in the near future we have this ordinance in place. More importantly, we need to have the kind of infrastructure that allows us to control how these medical marijuana referrals are being established, and on what basis are folks allowed to acquire this medicine. So thank you for that work. I'm hoping we can put this in place as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on this item and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item is item 10, and that item has cards, and Mr. Parks called that special.
Mr. Zumadog on item 10. I think you're, I'm sorry, Mr. Dog, I think you've reached the limit, but we will make sure that your card is in the record. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead. If we can reconsider our last item. Please open the roll. You just want to change the vote? But you want to be recorded as? Okay. Okay, we'll just do this. We'll go ahead and record Parks and Smith against that as no votes on that last one. And on this item,
I'm sorry, item number 10, Mr. Parks called it special.
Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next order of business.
Item number 11, call special for cards.
Okay. Item number 11, Mr. Sachs, if you'd like to come forward.
Yes, good afternoon again. Thank you, Arnold Sachs. This item, as numerous other items that have appeared before the City Council, I'm concerned about the language, and I'm actually concerned about the use of the word clarity and what exactly how you define clarity. Maybe you would define clarity just like we heard in the discussion regarding the golf carts, where the living wage ordinance was invoked. It's a good thing. The company saved 40% on their health care benefits. Is that a good thing for the employees? Clear that up. Maybe you defined clarity as was used when the marathon was before.
I'm sorry, sir. Pursuant to Rule 7, as you cited earlier, this is off topic. Could you please address the domestic violence bill that's before us? And not just the word clarify. There's also the word the in this, and we could get into a debate about that. But if you could please bring it back to what's before us.
I'm just asking about how you define clarity, what your basis for clarity is in the law. I've seen clarity which has been like mud, and I'm trying
I'm sorry,
to...
sir, if you don't have any comments on this specific bill, we appreciate the philosophical point, but we'll find that out of order. Is there anything on this bill, one last chance, that you'd like to say?
The bill is defining, you're asking, the council is asking for clarity on the bill. Am I correct in what it says?
Sir, do you have anything else to say on this bill?
I'm asking for what's your definition?
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments today. That will be all if you're unable to order that. Please open the roll on this, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right. That is approved. Next order of business.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
All right. Those are posted and referred.
Councilmember Labange requests to be excused Tuesday, October 6th, to arrive at 11:30 for city business that meets council policy.
Okay, he is excused.
And that clears the desk.
All right, any announcements, colleagues? Mr. Labange, I know you had a
General announcement, I know on one thing, on a positive thing, city's birthday tomorrow, 228 years old, festival, fun, come to Olvera Street with Councilman Jose Huizar and staff. Number two, on a sad note, KFWB is changing their format from all news all the time. You give me 21 minutes, no, you give me 22 minutes, we'll give you the world. I remember in 1968 when I was in high school, I went up to KFWB on Hollywood Boulevard when they changed from old rock and roll to all news. It will be a sad day in Los Angeles as we lose an all-news station, KFWB.
I think that would be all members on that sad resolution. Ms. Hahn.
I think that's a real shame. I always turn on KFWB first thing in the morning to get my, again, 21 minutes. I figure 22 minutes, traffic on the ones, finance on the fives. It was a good way to get quick news in the morning on your way to work. So I have an announcement. Labor Day, Monday, we're having, I think we gave T-shirts to all the council members. The San Pedro will be hosting Conquer the Bridge, a 5-mile run walk over the Vincent Thomas Bridge. So it's really going to be an exciting race. It starts at 5th and Harbor Boulevard, 8 a.m. Monday morning. I'm going to walk it. I won't be running it, but I will walk over the bridge. So we're inviting people to come and participate for, right, in the ocean on January 1st, over the bridge on Labor Day. So anyway, first time San Pedro's had this race. We think it'll be a lot of fun. So come and participate with us and enjoy San Pedro afterwards.
Thank you. And I know we'll all be celebrating Labor Day on Monday, but we also want to note that it is our very own city clerk, Maria's birthday on Monday as well. And so we wish her a very happy birthday as well.
And obviously the biggest Labor Day event in the city will be in Wilmington, the Labor Day parade and rally beginning at 10 a.m.
We like to think of it as Maria's birthday celebration. As Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. On Monday, it's National Day of Action to get real food in schools. There will be an eat-in at Potluck and Harvest Celebration on Labor Day at 4 p.m. at the Milagro Alegro Community Garden in Highland Park. It's at 115 South Avenue 56. We'll be enjoying fresh food from local chefs and neighbors. We'll be having live music, meeting community leaders, and we'll be lobbying for reform to the Child Nutrition Act. The event is free. Bring a simple, fresh, homemade dish to share, and real non-dispensable plate, silverware, and cup. It's being sponsored by Whole Foods, the Milagro Alegro organization, USC, the Childhood Obesity Research Center, Home Grill Cafe, and Slow Foods. Welcome all to Highland Park, the Eden Potluck and Harvest Celebration.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. And we're also going to be, Mr. Labange, go ahead, and then I'll...
Well, I just wanted to say tomorrow we start the college football season at 12:30. University of Southern California Trojans will play the Spartans from San Jose State at 39th and Figueroa at the Memorial Coliseum.
And that Trojan, Mr. Sanchez, had a couple good tosses for the Jets as well.
And for,
Mr. Parks?
for the UCLA fans, that's football when they throw it and run down the field.
Thank you for that clarification.
And to be
We
fair,
appreciate it.
UCLA plays tomorrow. Tomorrow at the historic
It's the joke that
Rose
keeps on
Bowl.
giving, Mr. Reyes.
Give UCLA their due. UCLA plays at the historic Rose Bowl against San Diego State Aztecs at 5:30.
And don't worry, Mr. Parks. Mr. Reyes has a basketball. It's that round thing that you bounce for you as well. Lastly, colleagues, one announcement is we will be celebrating the end of this summer's Summer Night Lights program that we've taken to all parts of the city this year to give young people an opportunity to learn, to have fun, to be in a safe and protected place. That's going to be in Mr. Parks' district at Harvard Park this Saturday, tomorrow, around noontime. So come on by for that celebration. Mr. Parks?
They'll have a program around noon, but also you have to remember that the park was named after Jackie Tatum, the first female of color general manager in the city of Los Angeles.
Absolutely.
So it's now Tatum Harvard Park.
Thank you. Excuse me, Tatum Harvard Park. Thank you for the clarification. If I can ask everybody to rise for adjourning motions. Colleagues, ask that we adjourn today in memory of Ralph Peterson, who died in his home on September 1st from a battle with cancer. He was 64 years old and was best known as the former chairman and chief executive officer of CH2M Hill. He joined the company as an intern and then as a surveyor in 1965 as the 148th employee hired and never worked anywhere else. As CEO, Ralph oversaw dramatic growth in the company, increasing from $500 million in annual revenue to nearly $7 billion at his retirement. He was born in Missouri, in Hayti, Missouri, in 1944 to parents James T. and Helen I. Peterson. In 1964, he married the former Betty Shoemaker, and they had 2 children. He received an associate science degree in engineering from Boise State, a bachelor in civil engineering from Oregon State, and a master of science in environmental engineering from Stanford. He also graduated from the Advanced Management School of the School of Business at Harvard University and was given an honorary doctorate at Colorado Schools of Mines and Boise State University. Oregon State had honored him as a distinguished alumni this past year. He had a long history and passion for involvement in the community. In 1995, he co-chaired the White House Initiative Technology for a Sustainable Future, and he served as a private sector delegate at international forums such as the World Water Forum, China's National Sustainable Development Conference, and the Executive Committee of the U.S. Council on Competitiveness, as well as different assignments with the Colorado School of Mines, Yale University, Regis University, and the University of Denver. He was named Colorado Businessman of the Year by both the Rocky Mountain News and Denver Business Journal and was inducted into the Colorado Business Hall of Fame. He's survived by his wife of 45 years, children Jamie Jones and Jeffrey Peterson, 5 grandchildren, 3 brothers, 5 sisters, plus nieces and nephews. And the family requests that in lieu of flowers, please make contributions to the Joshua School, a private nonprofit school for individuals with autism, Asperger's, or other special needs. Ralph is somebody who I met during the convention in Denver, Colorado, a very generous man, avid fly fisherman, and somebody who really knew a lot about Los Angeles and was very closely tied into a lot of the work that we were doing here. I know he has a very loyal office out here to him and a number of individuals who felt very strongly about him and his leadership, and so I ask that we adjourn in his memory today. We'll put all members on that. Mr. Labange?
Members, I ask we adjourn in memory of Steve Aiello, taken from this earth far too early. He was born and raised in Santa Barbara, lived in the Toluca Lake area, was a great lawyer, was a very good community volunteer with Toluca Baseball and East Valley Baseball. He's survived by his wife Joyce and his son Anthony. I ask we adjourn in memory of Steve Aiello. Also, Mr. President, I ask you adjourn with me for Nancy Maltese. This is the wife of Superintendent Byron Maltese of District 4 of LA Unified. You may know that on the 9th of August she died in a hiking accident in Zion National Park. She's survived by her husband Byron and their 3 children. Finally, I ask we adjourn in memory of Maria Rodriguez and she is a graduate of Stanford University and an attorney. She tragically passed as a victim of breast cancer. She's survived by her daughter and her husband, as well as many, many nephews and nieces. I ask we adjourn in memory of Maria Rodriguez.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we adjourn in memory of Damon Johnson, who was born 1979, passed away August 11, 2009. He was the youngest son of Deborah Johnson and Gregory Johnson from Torrance, California. Damon was a person that enjoyed mathematics, reading, and also a passion for art. He graduated from Washington Preparatory High School and went on to attend the Cal State University Northridge on a scholarship. He also received, during that time, a certificate for junior volunteer firefighter in 2000. He later attended the CEI Institute in West LA and received a certificate in computer technology in 2003. He was employed by the Burlington North Santa Fe Railroad for 3 years and as a freight loader, most recently for HUD Distribution. He is survived by his parents, Deborah and Gregory, and a host of other relatives. His services were held at Abbey Memorial Park in Compton on August 19th.
Thank you. There are no other adjourning motions. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? We'll next be